Chapter 2484. Half a day later, Hui finally returned. The news he brought back was that such a thing had never happened in the Dragon God Palace before. It was obvious that they were being deliberately targeted. The big black wolf said worriedly, "Big brother, the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. What should we do?" Qin Feiyang was silent for a long time, then said, "Since they are heartless, then don't blame us for being unjust." Finished. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fire Lotus and said, "Give me some medicinal ingredients, like the nirvana fruit, the more the better." Fire Lotus nodded, took out the universe ring, and began to organize it. "Big brother, what do you want to do?" The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Since I said that I would make Yi Zhong regret it, then I must do it." So, Fire Lotus gave Qin Feiyang a Jianghu bag. Inside, there were thousands of nirvana fruit, thousands of nature fruit, and thousands of Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng. Fire Lotus laughed, "I still have a lot. You can take whatever you want." "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed, then brought the big black wolf, left the ancient castle, opened the teleportation altar, and headed straight for the assignment hall. The assignment hall. Yuda sat outside the door, his eyes filled with shock. Half a day was enough for him to find out everything. He was extremely shocked in his heart. He never thought that the person who entered the Dragon God Palace this time would be so terrifying. A chief palace master whose strength was comparable to Yi Zhong killed Long Chong on the same day and destroyed the body of the Dragon God Palace's hall master. The other one also had the protection of a supreme expert, who even killed the island master and massacred all the examinees. Even the second island master might have died at the hands of this person. Could it be that even the vice palace master was so fearful? Thinking about it, Yuda could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not completely anger the other party at that time, otherwise he might have already become a corpse. "I still have to invite him over, my head hurts." Yuda rubbed his forehead, stood up and took out an altar. Why would the deputy palace master keep such a person on the first island? Let him wreak havoc on the second and third islands. However, just as Yuda helplessly activated the altar and prepared to head to the valley, a man and a wolf suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Yuda was stunned. Wasn't this Li Bua? Could it be that they were holding a grudge because of what happened in the morning, and now they were here to look for trouble? Thinking of this, Yuda shuddered. He hurriedly put away the altar and ran back to the conference hall. He looked at Yi Cheng, who was sitting beside the tea table and taking a nap. On the tea table, there was a pot of boiling tea. The entire hall was filled with the aroma of tea. "Deputy Palace Master, Li Bu is here." Yuda's low shout immediately woke Yi Cheng up. He sat up and asked, "Kill our way to the door? Are you sure?" "I'm not blind. How could I be wrong?" Yuda said, "What's the situation?" "You ran when you saw us?" Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf had seen Yuda's previous reaction. They were both a little confused. "Who cares? Let's go." Qin Feiyang shook his head and walked straight to the deacon hall with the big black wolf. At the same time, Yi Cheng walked to the door carefully and stuck his head out to look at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. There was no murderous intent. "What are you talking about?" Yi Cheng glared at Yuda and walked out from behind the door. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I knew that you're a reasonable person." "Reasonable?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down at the big black wolf and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "I don't know." The big black wolf shook his head. Yi Cheng walked up and sighed. "Little brother, in fact, I was forced to do this. But now, you've personally delivered the jade slip. So that's what you're talking about." Qin Feiyang could not help but find it funny. Did this old man think that they were here to return the Qilin technique in Serious Fiend Canon? "Little brother, please come in. I just brewed a pot of good tea. Let's chat while drinking tea." Yi Cheng welcomed them warmly. As long as they could return the Qilin technique and Serious Fiend Canon, everything was negotiable. This young man knew how to adapt to circumstances. Qin Feiyang walked into the hall and glanced at Yuda beside him. He did not waste his breath and handed his universe bag to Yi Cheng. "It's just 2 jade slips. There's no need to specially store them in a universe bag. Yi Cheng chuckled and took the universe bag. His expression froze when he opened it. He originally thought that there were jade slips for the Qilin technique and serious fiend cannon inside, but he did not expect that there was a huge pile of herbs inside. What was the meaning of this? Wait a minute. Was he trying to bribe him? Little brother, the Qilin technique and serious fiend cannon were ordered to be taken back by the higher-ups. The herbs you gave me are useless. You'd better take them back. After Yi Cheng finished speaking, he stuffed the universe bag back into Qin Feiyang's hands. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Wait a minute. Did this old man think that he was going to bribe him with these herbs? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Why was this old man's imagination always so rich? It made him a little embarrassed to fall out with him. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, "Deputy Hallmaster, I'm using these herbs to exchange for merit points." Exchange for merit points? The Deputy Hallmaster was stunned. This was awkward. He thought that he was here to bribe him. You'd count them. The Deputy Hallmaster laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Yuda immediately ran up, took the universe ring, squatted at the side, and counted them. The Deputy Hallmaster pointed to the seat next to him and said with a smile, "Sit." Qin Feiyang said, "I'm just a small disciple. I don't dare to sit on the same level as you, Deputy Hallmaster. I'll just stand. There are no outsiders here. It's fine," the Deputy Hallmaster said with a smile. "Then I'll do as you say." Qin Feiyang smiled and sat at the tea table. The big black wolf stared at Yuda counting the herbs, in case he did anything. The Deputy Hallmaster sat opposite Qin Feiyang. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang, saying with a smile, "Try it." Qin Feiyang glanced at the Deputy Hallmaster, picked up the teacup, put it to the tip of his nose and asked. The fragrance of the tea was quite ordinary. He tasted it again, and the taste was not very good. Of course. This was only for him. He was used to drinking good tea, so this kind of ordinary tea was not very attractive to him. To ordinary people, it was indeed a top-grade tea. "How is it?" The Deputy Hallmaster looked at him expectantly. "Not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I'm glad you like it," the Deputy Hallmaster said with a smile. Qin Feiyang sized up Yi Cheng and didn't say anything else. He just silently drank his tea. The Deputy Hallmaster was fine at first, but gradually he could not sit still and asked, "Little brother, the Qilin incantation and the serious demonic book? You finally can't help it." Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and said suspiciously, "Didn't I ask Yuda to tell you? Didn't he tell you?" "Hem." The Deputy Hallmaster coughed and sighed. "Actually, I know that it's very unfair for you to hand over the Qilin incantation and the serious demonic book, but this is not something I can decide." Qin Feiyang looked at him quietly. "I won't hide it from you. Actually, the person who ordered the withdrawal of these two divine arts was Lord Longzuan. You also know that Lord Longzuan is the strongest person in the divine land. Even Grand Hallmaster Yizhong does not dare to disobey her orders." The Deputy Hallmaster said. "Lord Longzuan?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was actually Lord Longzuan who gave the order personally. "Little brother, I also know that you have a half-step invincible realm expert by your side, but I believe that you also know the strength of the dragons. A half-step invincible realm expert is nothing in front of the dragons." The Deputy Hallmaster advised earnestly. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Since little brother knows this is the truth, why don't you be more straightforward? Grand Hallmaster Yizhong also said that our dragon god Hall can't let you suffer too much. So we are willing to give you 2 pinnacle divine arts as compensation," the Deputy Hallmaster said. Qin Feiyang was happy to hear this and asked, "Can pinnacle divine arts be compared with legendary and supreme divine arts?" The Deputy Hallmaster said with a smile, "Of course not, but it's better than losing everything." "Losing everything?" Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, "Deputy Hallmaster, are you reminding me that if I don't hand over the Qilin art and serious demonic scripture, not only will I lose everything, I might not even be able to keep my life?" "Little brother is a smart person. I believe you can weigh the pros and cons." The Deputy Hallmaster didn't answer directly, but the threat in his words could be heard clearly. Qin Feiyang said, then I would like to ask, does the Dragon God Hall have such a rule? The Deputy Hall Master shook his head. Then isn't that right? Since there is no such rule, why should I return it to you? I didn't steal or rob, I took it out of the treasury openly. No matter how strong the dragons are, you still have to be reasonable. Qin Feiyang said. If there must be a rule before you are willing to take it out, then let this old man tell you, this rule is in place from now on. The Deputy Hall Master said. Ha, in such a big Dragon God Hall, you can change the rules just like that? Deputy Hall Master, you are too childish. Moreover, you don't seem to have the qualifications. Qin Feiyang laughed. You finally revealed your true face. Sure enough, you are a sanctimonious villain. Li Bu, this old man is already very polite to you, don't be too greedy. Although this old man indeed doesn't have the qualifications, as long as this old man says a word, Chief Hall Master Yi Zhong will immediately set this rule. The Deputy Hall Master snorted. Of course. After all, you are blood brothers. And Yi Zhong is also the founder of the Dragon God Hall. He has the final say in the rules. But you two brothers, working so hard for the dragons, aren't you afraid of going down in history? Qin Feiyang joked. The Deputy Hall Master's face sank slightly. Yuda, who was counting the medicinal herbs, was also shocked when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. He actually dared to say such disgraceful words in the Dragon God Hall. Was this person really not afraid of death? Hurry up. The big black wolf urged. Yuda glanced at the big black wolf, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and continued to count the medicinal herbs. Chapter 2485. The atmosphere in the hall was a little heavy. Yi Qing stared at Qin Feiyang with an ugly expression. As the Deputy Hall Master of the Tribunal Council, although he did not have much power, he still had status. Coupled with his relationship with Yi Zhong, no one dared to be impudent in front of him. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Qin Feiyang drank his tea and smiled without saying anything. As for Yi Cheng's gaze, he chose to ignore it. Yi Zhong was indeed a terrifying existence, but Yi Cheng was only at the peak 9 heavens realm. He was not a threat to him. Phew! Yi Cheng suddenly exhaled and said with a faint smile, one has to consider the consequences when doing things. For example, the Divine Stone of Fate. This threat was even more obvious. The Divine Stone of Fate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he smiled. This old man still did not know that he had already broken the Divine Stone of Fate contract. Ignorance was really scary. Yi Cheng was Yi Zhong's younger brother. In that case, wouldn't Yi Cheng have a lot of value? As his brother, Yi Zhong would definitely not ignore Yi Cheng's life and death. If he captured Yi Cheng in his hands, or made Yi Cheng surrender, and let Yi Cheng persuade Yi Zhong, then would it be possible to make Yi Zhong abandon the dark side and join the light side? The Divine Stone of Fate is in the hands of Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong. If I send him a message now, what do you think the consequences will be? Yi Cheng said with a faint smile as he drank his tea. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then why don't you guess what will happen later? Yi Cheng was stunned and immediately raised his head, looking at Qin Feiyang in surprise. I'll kindly remind you that what I hate the most is being threatened. Especially by the dragon's lackeys. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Cheng exerted a little force, and the teacup in his hand immediately shattered. The more he spoke, the more ridiculous and excessive it was. Did he really think that no one in the Dragon God Palace could subdue him? Yi Cheng immediately took out the image crystal. Looks like I have to make a move. Qin Feiyang chuckled. With a thought, Hui appeared. Bang! As soon as Hui appeared, he waved his hand and the hall's doors immediately closed. Yi Cheng was shocked. Yuda's expression also changed abruptly. The big black wolf shouted, don't stop, continue. Yes. Yuda nodded again and again. He looked at Hui, his face full of fear. Li Buer, are you going to offend me? Yi Cheng regained his senses and suddenly stood up. He stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Offending my superiors? That's not right. You're on? No. You've always been under my feet. How can you say that you're disobeying me? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Cheng's face sank. Hui sat beside Qin Feiyang. He crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at Yi Cheng. He jokingly said, "Are you going to kneel down and surrender yourself, or should I make you kneel down and beg for mercy?" "Submit." Yi Cheng's heart trembled. The two of them didn't plan to kill him, but to subdue him? Why was that? They even dared to kill the island master in public. It could be seen how bold these people were, so they would never show mercy for his big brother Yi Zhong. What was their purpose? Could it be that their entry into the Dragon God Palace was also a conspiracy? Thinking of this, Yi Cheng's scalp couldn't help but tingle. There weren't many people in the Divine Prefecture who dared to have designs on the Dragon God Palace. Suddenly, Yi Cheng took a big stride and rushed towards the door. But in this regard, Hui Yi's face was full of ridicule. With a wave of his hand, a divine barrier instantly appeared and enveloped the entire hall. Yi Cheng crashed into the barrier. Not only did he not break the barrier, but he was also bounced back. He was dizzy and in a sorry state. Deputy Palace Master. Yuda's pupils shrank as he looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. Suddenly, he glanced at the big black wolf on the side and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. All of a sudden, he raised his arm and grabbed the big black wolf. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi turned their heads and looked at Yuda in astonishment. Yuda said in a deep voice, "Immediately disperse the barrier, or I will kill this beast." Seeing this, the Deputy Palace Master was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed to Yuda's side and said, "Well done. It is this little one's honor to be able to help the Deputy Palace Master." Yuda smiled flatteringly. "Honor? I think you are naive." The big black wolf sneered. There was no tension at all, because it knew that with Hui Yi's cultivation, these two people couldn't make any waves at all. "Shut up." Yuda glared at the big black wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi and urged, "Hurry up." The two smiled and didn't speak. Yuda was originally full of confidence, but looking at the two's expressions, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Yi Cheng was also a little nervous, because Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were too calm. "Why do I feel that you look familiar?" The Deputy Palace Master suddenly stared at Hui. Yuda said, "Sir, I just asked around. His name is Chowdian, and it is said that he is only a supreme god." "Supreme god?" Yi Cheng was slightly taken aback and frowned. "Can a supreme god hurt you?" Yuda said, "So he must be hiding his cultivation." Yi Cheng raised his head to look at the two of them and shouted, "What is your purpose in coming to the Dragon God Palace?" "Quite smart. You actually guessed that we came to the Dragon God Palace with other intentions." Hui chuckled. When Yi Cheng heard this, his heart sank. There was indeed a purpose. "You are from the Dragon Slayer Palace?" Because only the people from the Dragon Slayer Palace would have the guts. Hui Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly sounded from outside, "Yi Cheng." The few of them looked at the tightly shut door. Qin Feiyang said, "It's Yi Zhong's voice." "Big brother." Yi Cheng came back to his senses and immediately turned around to attack the barrier. But at the same time, Hui Yi took a step forward, landed beside Yuda, and picked him up. Yuda couldn't react at all, and just like that, he lost the only bargaining chip in his hand, the big black wolf. Following closely, Hui Yi caught up to Yi Cheng with another step, grabbed Yi Cheng's head, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the group of people immediately disappeared, including the universe bag on the ground. The divine force barrier also quickly dissipated. Following closely, Hui Yi silently appeared and erased the aura that remained in the main hall. Then he disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Yi Zhong walked into the hall suspiciously, scanning his surroundings. "Where is he?" "Big brother, I'm here." "Hurry up and search with your spiritual will." In the hall of the ancient castle, Yi Cheng looked at Yi Zhong in the air and roared crazily. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "It's useless. Other than me, no one can hear the sounds from inside the castle. As for spiritual will, don't even think about it, because I have the heavenly divine stone." "What? Heavenly divine stone?" Yi Cheng's gaze trembled. Just who was this person? He even had such a treasure? Outside, Yi Zhong quickly left. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the image disappeared. He turned to look at Yi Cheng and Yuda, and smiled, "Welcome to my world." "Your world?" The two of them looked at each other in dismay, then looked outside through the gate of the ancient castle. Could it be that there was an independent world outside? Suddenly, Yi Cheng saw the four heaven-defying divine artifact floating in the air behind him. This wasn't the sunset bow. How was this possible? What? The four great ancestral dragons' heaven-defying divine artifact. Why are they here? Weren't the four heaven-defying divine artifacts snatched away by Qin Feiyang? Yuda was also very surprised. Suddenly, their bodies shook, and they looked at each other at the same time. Gradually, a trace of fear crept up in their eyes, and then they slowly looked at Qin Feiyang. There was a thought in their minds that they never wanted to believe. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill, threw it into his mouth, and quickly restored his true appearance. "It's really you?" Yi Cheng's eyes trembled. He never thought that this arrogant Li Bu was actually Qin Feng. Yuda was so scared that he collapsed on the spot. Back then, after asking Qin Feiyang, Jiang Dufei had already secretly spread the news about Qin Feiyang. So now, almost everyone in Divine Land knew about Qin Feiyang's deeds and appearance. This was a young man who gave the dragons a headache. Hui Yi said discontentedly, Hey, I'm a little unhappy that you're ignoring me like this." He also swallowed an illusory form pill and returned to his original appearance. "You're Hui Yi." Yuda looked at Hui Yi and said with a frightened expression, Yes, that's the expression. It's also a kind of pride to be able to make you dragons' lackeys tremble in fear." Hui laughed. Hui Yi, primary immortal. Yuda was desperate to the extreme. Why was he so unlucky to meet these two fierce people? So lively. At this time, accompanied by laughter, Fire Lotus walked in with a mask on, not hiding her cultivation. Half-step immortal. As soon as Yi Cheng saw Fire Lotus, his face turned pale. It turned out that there was a supreme expert beside Qin Feiyang. Fire Lotus looked at Yi Cheng and said with a smile, "Actually, I appeared in the Dragon God Palace, but you didn't see it." "Appeared?" Yi Cheng was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, "She was the one who killed the island master." "So it's you." Yi Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank. "Bastard, you dare to take the opportunity to sneak an attack on this emperor and use this emperor to threaten Big Brother? You simply haven't died yet." The big black wolf roared and immediately pounced towards Yuda. At this moment, Yuda's blood-curdling screams resounded. Qin Feiyang also ignored Yuda, looked at Yi Cheng and laughed. "Don't be nervous, follow me." With that, he walked out of the castle. Yi Cheng looked at Yuda, then hurriedly followed Qin Feiyang out. Fire Lotus followed beside Yi Cheng, preventing him from killing Qin Feiyang. Hui stayed in the castle and looked at Yuda in ridicule. Outside, Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and laughed. "Go make me a pot of tea, I want to properly entertain Senior Yi." But Fire Lotus glanced at Yi Cheng. "Don't worry. Senior Yi is a smart person. He knows what to do and what not to do." Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. "All right." Fire Lotus nodded and walked towards the courtyard. Yi Cheng looked at Fire Lotus's back and then looked at Qin Feiyang. He did have the urge to take the opportunity to attack Qin Feiyang, but he did not have the guts to do so. Suddenly, Yi Cheng looked at an empty space not far away, where a golden sea python was lying on the ground. Beside the golden sea python was the divine body of a golden dragon. That aura seemed to be, that's right. That is the body of the golden dragon ancestor. And that golden sea python is a sea beast king that I subdued in the inner sea. Right now, it is fusing with the body of the golden dragon ancestor. Qin Feiyang laughed. "You're actually willing to let it fuse?" Yi Cheng looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. As a peak 9 Heavens realm cultivator and the vice hall master of the law enforcement palace, he naturally knew the benefits of the golden sea python fusing with the golden dragon ancestor. What's there to be reluctant about? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then what about the bodies of the Fire Dragon Clan, Silver Dragon Clan, and Black Dragon Clan's ancestor? Yicheng asked. I don't know. It's all done by Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked with a smile, How do you feel about my Black Tortoise realm? Chapter 2486. Hearing this, Yicheng looked at the herb fields around him. Every stalk of medicinal herbs shone brightly, and every divine tree swayed in the wind. The air was filled with extremely rich and pure soul line energy and crystal vein essence. Could be said that only this herb field was not much inferior to the Dragon God Palace. Suddenly, Yicheng looked at a green divine tree not far away with surprise in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, That's a tea garden. Tea garden? Yicheng was stunned. In other words, those were all tea trees? This kid was so young, but he had planted so many tea trees? Generally speaking, only people who were older would like to do such things. Fire Lotus helped me do this. Because I like to drink tea, she went through a lot of trouble to cultivate this tea garden. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yicheng nodded and looked at Fire Lotus, who was brewing tea in the courtyard with a trace of envy in his eyes. Behind every successful man, there was a virtuous woman. This saying was true. I'll take you to another place. Qin Feiyang smiled and took Yicheng to the sky above the desert of death. At this time, the divine treasury was opening and countless creatures from the Black Tortoise world poured into the desert of death. These people, Yicheng was surprised. There were so many creatures in the Black Tortoise world? Although the strongest among them was only a monarch god, this scene had already far exceeded his expectations. This is a forbidden area in the Black Tortoise world, called the Desert of Death. In the deepest part of the Desert of Death, there is a divine treasury that was carefully arranged by Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and brought Yicheng to the sky above the divine treasury. The divine treasury was a 100-story tall tower. At this time, there were already 2 people outside the divine treasury. The 2 were Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. Because their cultivation was the strongest, they were the first to arrive here. The 2 stood outside the divine treasury and looked at the closed stone door, their eyes full of desire. There are countless treasures in the divine treasury. They even have legendary divine artifacts. Furthermore, the divine dragon bodies of the Dragon God Palace Master and the Black Dragon Clan Patriarch are also inside. All kinds of divine pills and pill recipes are inexhaustible. There are even pill recipes that can open the door to potential and increase the cultivation of the war god. This place, to the beings of the Black Tortoise world, is a place filled with temptation and miraculous. And the person who gave them all of this is me. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. When Yicheng heard these words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A pill recipe to unlock the door of potential? This was too shocking. Pai Lupi, Theta Wang. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Below. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were stunned and looked up at the sky. Their expressions immediately changed and they hurriedly leaped into the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, their expressions extremely respectful. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, How's your harvest over the years? Last time, we were lucky enough to obtain the pill recipe for the potential pill and also a few divine pills. Pai Lupi smiled flatteringly. Last time, we also obtained a pinnacle divine artifact. Theta Wang also smiled. Divine pills. Yicheng's heart trembled as he looked at Pai Lupi and Theta Wang in shock. There were divine pills in this divine treasury. Not bad, you actually obtained the pill recipe for the potential pill. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. It's all thanks to you, Lord. The 2 smiled respectfully. What does this have to do with me? Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 suspiciously. Lord, others may not know, but the 2 of us know that this divine treasury was created by you. You are the ruler of the Black Tortoise world. The 2 said. The ruler of the Black Tortoise world. Yicheng's heart trembled again. Qin Feiyang laughed and praised. The 2 of you are quite smart. You flatter us, Lord. Lord, can you tell us what the most powerful divine item in this divine treasury is? The 2 of them asked carefully. The most powerful? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and smiled. Potential pill, small creation pill, large creation pill, and various divine pills should be considered the most powerful. Potential pill? Small creation pill? Large creation pill? Pai Lupi and Theta Wang looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "These 3 pills are used to open the door of potential." When the two of them heard this, a trace of excitement appeared on their faces. In that case, as long as they obtained the pill recipe in the divine treasury, they could open all the doors of potential? Work hard. Although the two of you are currently the strongest people in the Black Tortoise world, the Black Tortoise world is no longer the Black Tortoise world of the past. Everyone is improving. If someone catches up to you, it will be embarrassing. Qin Feiyang smiled. The two of them replied respectfully. In addition, as the 2 giants of the Black Tortoise world, you should know how to create benefits for others. For example, the pill recipe of the potential pill. For example, some talented youths. In short, don't be too selfish. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang's meaning was quite obvious. He wanted them to share the pill recipe of the potential pill with the living beings of the Black Tortoise world and nurture the talented youths of the Black Tortoise world. Alright, you may leave. If something big happens, you can go to the Devil's Land to find the Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. This humble one will take his leave. The two of them bowed, turned around, and flew down. Black Tortoise world, ruler, could it be? Yicheng looked at Pai Lupi and Thea Wang, then at the Shen treasury, and then at the Great Desert. An unbelievable thought gradually emerged in his mind. This Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were originally 2 guards of the Black Rock City. They were not well known. But now they have become giants. And their cultivation is much stronger than before. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and brought Yicheng to the sky above the Netherworld Sea. The Netherworld Sea. At the same time, many people were searching for treasures and taking risks. Although schemes and killing were everywhere, only with these could a world be considered complete. If a world wanted to develop quickly, these were indispensable. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang brought Yicheng back to the Devil's Land. In the courtyard, the fragrance of tea assailed their nostrils. Yicheng's eyes lit up when he smelled the tea. Obviously, he was a person who loved tea very much. Qin Feiyang walked into the pavilion, pointed to the stone bench opposite him, and said with a smile, "Senior Yi, please take a seat." Yicheng glanced at the Fire Lotus beside him and sat on the stone bench. Fire Lotus also sat at the side and poured a cup of tea for Yicheng. Yicheng picked up the teacup, put it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. He couldn't wait to put it to his mouth and took a small sip. Goody. Immediately, he couldn't help but exclaim. After living for so many years, he had never drunk tea with such a pure taste. This tea should only exist in the heavens. Qin Feiyang laughed. How is it compared to the tea you drank when you entertained me in the duty hall? It's not on the same level at all. Yicheng shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "You should have more or less understood the Black Tortoise realm. Now tell me your thoughts." Yicheng was slightly stunned. After drinking the tea in the teacup, he put down the teacup and looked at Qin Feiyang. The Black Tortoise realm is indeed very good, but compared to the Divine Continent, it's far from being comparable, let alone the entire ancient realm. That's true. But do you know? The Black Tortoise realm is the same as the ancient realm. They are both independent worlds. Qin Feiyang said. Yicheng's gaze trembled. He had already thought of this. But at this moment, when it came from Qin Feiyang's mouth, he was still shocked. Independent world. In other words, Qin Feiyang was equivalent to a god of creation. There was a huge difference between the creator of a world and the strongest person in a world. The god of creation controlled everything and created everything. And the strongest person, such as Long Zun, only dominated the ancient realm. If she was asked to do anything else, she couldn't do it at all. I don't like to lie. I'm not the god of creation of the Black Tortoise realm yet. But everything in the Black Tortoise realm is under my control. This is indeed true. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yicheng was stunned and said in surprise, Then where did you get this black tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang said, I got it by chance. Isn't this luck too heaven-defying? Yi Cheng was speechless. He actually got an independent small world. He said, why are you telling me this? To tell you the truth. My goal in entering the Dragon God Palace is Yi Zhong. Qin Feiyang said. My big brother? Yi Cheng was stunned. The ancestors gave me a mission to persuade Yi Zhong to join the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Yi Cheng suddenly understood and frowned. So you attacked me and used me to threaten my big brother? Wrong. If I wanted to use you to threaten Yi Zhong, do you think I would need to sit here and drink tea with you? Qin Feiyang said. Yi Cheng nodded. That was indeed the case. Not only did he receive him with such good tea, but he also took him to understand the Black Tortoise realm. If it was really as he thought, there was no need at all. After pondering for a while, Yi Cheng said suspiciously, Are you trying to bribe me to persuade my big brother? That's what I mean. I believe that if you, the younger brother, speak, it will be more useful than me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Impossible. Let's not talk about my big brother first. Even I won't submit to you. Yi Cheng shook his head. I don't need you to submit. We can be friends peacefully. When the time comes, you can enter my Black Tortoise realm at any time. I'm quite friendly to my friends. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Black Tortoise realm? Yi Cheng smiled and shook his head. Although the Black Tortoise realm is an independent realm, whether it's the cultivation environment or other aspects, it doesn't seem to have any temptation. The current Black Tortoise realm can't compare to the ancient castle, but the future is hard to say. I believe that in less than 10,000 years, the Black Tortoise realm will surpass the ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Yi Cheng sneered. This old man is really curious. Where do you get such confidence? Qin Feiyang said, My confidence comes from the time array. Time array? Yi Cheng was stunned. The time array of the Black Tortoise realm. A day outside is 100 years here. How many years are in the Black Tortoise realm if you calculate 10,000 years outside? Qin Feiyang smiled. What? 100 years in a day. Yi Cheng was dumbfounded. Chapter 2487. 1 year, 365 days. 10,000 years was 3,650,000 days. According to the Black Tortoise realm's 100 years, 10,000 years in the ancient realm was 365 million years in the Black Tortoise realm. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Do you think that after 365 million years of development, the Black Tortoise realm still can't catch up to the ancient realm? Maybe it doesn't even need 10,000 years. 1,000 years is enough. Qin Feiyang said. 1,000 years in the ancient realm meant that the Black Tortoise realm had 36,500,000 years. 30 million years was enough for the Black Tortoise realm to rise. At this moment, Yi Cheng was very hesitant. If this child didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great talent in the future. He might even surpass Qin Badian and surpass Long Zun. Most importantly, he was still so young and already had such achievements. In that case, how shocking would his achievements be in the future? You should have been trapped in the Great Perfection realm for a long time. If I help you open the gate of potential and cultivate in the Black Tortoise realm, I believe that it won't be long before you break through to half-step undying. Moreover, I can give you an endless supply of soul stones. Gate of potential, endless supply of soul stones, and one day 100 years of time array. I believe that even if you are Yi Zhong's brother, you won't be treated so well in the dragons. Qin Feiyang laughed. Yi Cheng was silent. Frankly speaking, he was moved. Not to mention soul stones and time array, just opening the gate of potential was something he had longed for a long time. And now, all of this could be satisfied by Qin Feiyang. Could he refuse? To be honest, as long as he wasn't an idiot, he couldn't refuse. But Big Brother was the dragon's guest. If he betrayed the dragons, wouldn't that be the same as betraying Big Brother? You've been in the Dragon God Palace for so many years, I believe you know in your heart how the dragons treat us humans. In their eyes, we humans are just a group of livestock they raise. Is such a dragon worth us risking our lives for? Are they worth our protection? Please remember. You didn't betray us. You abandoned the darkness for the light. You chose the right path for all humans and all the living beings in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang said. The right path, Yi Cheng muttered, struggling endlessly in his heart. Humans don't seek glory and wealth, but they seek to leave a mark in history. Now that the opportunity is right before your eyes, what are you hesitating for? Don't tell me that you really want to wait until the future to bear the infamy of a lifetime and go down in infamy? Even being despised and ridiculed by their own descendants? Is it worth it for the sake of dragons? Qin Feiyang enunciated each word clearly and forcefully. Every word was like a stab to the heart. Yi Cheng could not help but clench his fists. For yourself, for your descendants, wake up. A person's life is neither short nor long. I have to do something meaningful. You have to do something that benefits the future generations and not help the evildoer do evil. Qin Feiyang sighed. Boom. These words were like a bolt of lightning that ruthlessly struck Yi Cheng's mind, causing his body and mind to tremble. That's right. Living in this world, why not do something meaningful? Why not do something that benefits the future generations? Why help the evildoer do evil? Why help the evildoer do evil? It was time to wake up. He could not let his descendants continue to struggle at death's door under the rule of dragons. In this life, he had lived with enough grievances. He could not let his descendants live with such grievances. Phew. Yi Cheng took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Okay, this old man promises you. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus beside him also laughed. His painstaking efforts were not in vain. Qin Feiyang raised his teacup and said with a smile, "Welcome to the big family." Yi Cheng smiled, picked up his teacup, and clinked it with Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang finished drinking, put down the teacup, looked at Fire Lotus, and said with a smile, "Give me 2 portions of the Supreme Nirvana Elixir." Fire Lotus nodded. Supreme Nirvana Elixir? Yi Cheng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Supreme Nirvana Elixir opens the door of potential in the Paragon God realm. And now, I can only help you open the door of potential in the Paragon God realm. Because I haven't mastered the pill formula to open the door of potential in the 9th heaven realm. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's enough. Yi Cheng was overjoyed. In the past, not to mention the door of potential in the Paragon God realm, even the first level of the door of potential was a dream for him. Fire Lotus took out 2 portions of medicinal herbs and handed them to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately got up and walked towards the castle with the 2 portions of medicinal herbs. Yi Cheng suddenly got up. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at him suspiciously. Yi Cheng pondered for a while, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Control this old man." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus also looked at Yi Cheng in surprise. This was the first time she met someone who took the initiative to be controlled. Although we haven't known each other for long, I've heard rumors about you. You're a very cautious young man. So, in order to get along well with each other in the future, you'd better control this old man directly, so as to avoid distrust and suspicion. So that this old man won't regret it in the future. Yi Cheng said. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang instantly had a whole new level of respect for Yi Cheng. This decisive personality was a person who could achieve great things. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and evolved the slave seal. But immediately after, he frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid I can't control you now. But Yi Cheng was suspicious. Because of the fate contract. The slave seal can break the fate contract. Once you're controlled by me, the fate contract will automatically be broken. At that time, your big brother will naturally notice. Right now, I don't want to face him head-on. Qin Feiyang said. It can break the fate contract? Then, doesn't that mean you? Yi Cheng stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. On the day I entered the Dragon God Palace, the fate contract between me and the big black wolf was broken. It's just that at that time, the divine stone of fate was in the hands of the young man, so other than the young man, no one knew. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Cheng asked suspiciously, then how did you enter and exit the Dragon God Palace? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's simple, I just needed to find someone to help. Find someone to help? That means you've already bribed someone in the Dragon God Palace? Yi Cheng frowned. It's not bribed. At first, Chao Dun knew my identity, but he wasn't honest, so I killed him. As for Hong Yi, I gave him some benefits, but he didn't ask and I didn't say anything. He's a smart person. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I see. Yi Cheng nodded and said, wait, why does the name Hong Yi sound familiar? He's someone from the Law Enforcement Hall. Qin Feiyang said. Someone from the Law Enforcement Hall? Yi Cheng was stunned. After thinking carefully for a while, he said, there seems to be such a person. In other words, Hong Yi still doesn't know your identity? Qin Feiyang nodded. That's good. Yi Cheng nodded and said, actually, I'm not controlled by the divine stone of fate. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus was also very surprised. Because of Big Brother, when I entered the Dragon God Hall, I didn't participate in the assessment and came in directly. It's also because of Big Brother that the dragons are also very polite to me. Yi Cheng said. Qin Feiyang asked, then how did you get in and out of the Dragon God Hall? Don't tell me you didn't go out after you came in? Of course I did. As Yi Cheng said, he took out an identity token from his pocket. This identity token was very different from Qin Feiyang's token. Qin Feiyang's token was golden. But the token in Yi Cheng's hand was milky white. I can enter and leave the Dragon God Hall freely because of this token. There are only 3 tokens in the entire Dragon God Hall. One is in Big Brother's hands, one is in my hands, and the last one is in the hands of the Beast Emperor in the Inner Sea. In other words, only the 3 of us can enter and leave the Dragon God Hall freely without being controlled. Yi Cheng explained. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang looked at the token. This token had Long Zun's aura, so it should be from Long Zun. Yi Cheng said, if you need it, I can give it to you. No need. You keep it, it's convenient for you to enter and exit the Dragon God Hall. As for me, I have plenty of ways. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the enslavement seal turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the top of Yi Cheng's head. So, the enslavement seal was completed. Qin Feiyang also followed him into the ancient castle and saw Yuda lying on the ground on his last breath. His entire body was dripping with blood. The big black wolf at the side finally felt comfortable. How is it? Hui asked. Done. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's it? Hui was slightly taken aback. Not bad, you're quite capable. He thought that it would take a lot of effort to make Yi Cheng surrender. But he didn't expect to be convinced so quickly. I'll go refine pills first. As for this Yuda, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Yuda, and said indifferently, there's no use keeping him, kill him. After saying that, he entered the cultivation room without looking back. But when Yuda heard this, his body suddenly trembled and he hurriedly got up, shouting, don't kill me, I beg you, it's useless to beg. Who asked you to provoke us? The big black wolf shook his head. I was wrong, I don't dare anymore, let me go, I beg you. Yuda cried out in grief. He was really unlucky, encountering these fierce people as soon as he came out of seclusion. It's so noisy. Hui glared at him, and with a wave of his hand, ended Yuda's life. Not long later, Qin Feiyang walked out of the cultivation room, holding 2 supreme nirvana pills in his hands, both of which had a dragon-shaped pill chi. When Yi Cheng saw these 2 pills, he was shocked in his heart. When he was in the sky above the divine treasury, he heard Pai Lupi and Hui talking about the divine pills. He was still thinking, where did the divine pills in the divine treasury come from? Now he finally knew that it was refined by Qin Feiyang. He could actually refine a divine pill? This brat was truly a monster. Chapter 2488. Of course, it was to help Yi Cheng open the door of potential. With the help of a half-step undying expert like Fire Lotus, it was naturally a simple matter. Qin Feiyang, come here. Hui glanced at Fire Lotus and Yi Cheng, then waved to Qin Feiyang. What? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Just come when I tell you to. Hui Yi was unhappy. Qin Feiyang walked over doubtfully. Hui Yi continued to lead Qin Feiyang to the tea garden not far away. Not long after, the two entered the tea garden. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "So mysterious, what's the matter?" "I just have a question that I want to ask you, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about this." Hui Yi glanced at Fire Lotus and the others in the courtyard and said in a low voice, "Okay, I promise you." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui Yi said, "When I returned to the Nine Heavens Palace this time, I saw Lan Shangguan Fenglan." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked puzzledly, "What can happen between the two of you?" "What are you talking about? Why can't I have something with her?" Hui Yi was dissatisfied. "Then what is it? Could it be that Shangguan Fenglan likes another man?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Get lost. Is Lan such a fickle woman? Don't insult her." Hui Yi said angrily. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and asked, "Then what is it?" "That's right. When I went back this time, I asked her whether she likes me or not." Hui said. "Then what did she say?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "She said she likes you." Hui Yi said. "Isn't that a good thing? What are you still hesitating about?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "A good thing is definitely a good thing. However, the problem is that I did not ask her with the identity of Hui. Instead, I asked her with the identity of Yi Xiaoyao." Hui Yi frowned. "What the hell? You haven't confessed to her yet?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Do I dare? If she finds out that Hui Yi is Yi Xiaoyao, the Vice Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace that she is familiar with, wouldn't she fall out with me on the spot?" Hui Yi said in distress. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui Yi said, "So I want to ask you, what should we do about this?" "I really can't do anything about this." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Are we still brothers? Can you bear to see your brother remain single for the rest of his life?" Hui Yi angrily glared at him. "This has nothing to do with being brothers. As the saying goes, the one who started the trouble should be the one who started it. You'll have to deal with this yourself." Qin Feiyang was helpless. "I know I have to deal with it myself, but you have to help me come up with a plan, right?" Hui Yi rubbed his forehead. "I'm puzzled. Shangguan Fenglan has already entered Nine Heavens Palace. Why didn't you confess to her before? Why did you have to wait until you changed your name to Hui Yi to pursue her?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I didn't pay much attention to her before. Let's talk about it later. I'm rarely in Nine Heavens Palace. I remember the last time I saw her was when she became the law enforcement hall master. At that time, she was just a little girl in my eyes. She didn't have any charm at all." Hui Yi sighed. Qin Feiyang said, "Then she has charm now? Aren't you talking nonsense? If she doesn't have charm now, would I be so shameless to pursue her? Actually, I'm still worried about another problem. Say, if I really marry her, will people say that I'm an old cow eating young grass behind my back?" Hui asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui Yi touched his chin and said narcissistically, "Although my appearance is undeniably handsome, I'm still much older than Lan." "Get lost." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. There was no doubt that he was quite handsome. How shameless of him. "Don't be unconvinced. Compared to you, I'm more than enough." Hui Yi said proudly. "Fine, you're handsome and invincible. You can slowly think about it yourself." Qin Feiyang glared at him and turned to leave. You're handsome, you're handsome. Handsome to the point where there's no justice. Quickly tell me, how do we solve this problem?" Hui Yi quickly grabbed Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile, "Actually, this matter is very easy to solve." Say it. Hui Yi urged. "You can use the identity of Hui Yi to marry her first. When the rice is cooked, you can confess to her. What can she do when she falls out with me?" Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi patted his head and said, "When the rice is cooked, I'm not afraid of her falling out with me." She really listened to me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This guy didn't have a brain. Didn't he realize that he was deliberately messing with him? If he confessed after marriage, with Shangguan Fenglan's character, wouldn't she make a scene? He was afraid that she would kick him off the bed. Good idea, really good idea. The more Hui thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. As long as you think it's good. Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and turned to walk toward the courtyard. He couldn't help but look forward to the scene when Shangguan Fenglan fell out with him. How embarrassing would Hui be at that time? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but want to laugh. A moment later, Yi Cheng's door of supreme god potential was finally completely opened. Throughout the whole process, he didn't rest. After opening the first level, he immediately opened the second level. After all, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven realm, and his endurance was far beyond ordinary people. Of course, this had something to do with his willpower. Without strong willpower, it was impossible to open so many doors of potential at once. This is the potential mark? Yi Cheng entered the attic. After washing the blood off his body, he looked down at the potential mark on his chest, his eyes full of excitement. He didn't even dare to dream of the potential gate before, but he didn't expect to open so many levels at once. He could clearly feel that whether it was his external essence, qi, spirit, or internal potential and comprehension, they had all undergone earth-shaking changes. His whole person seemed to have been reborn. Even his old face was a few years older. The potential gate, the time array of 1 day and 100 years, and the inexhaustible soul stones. Maybe I can really step into the half-step invincible realm soon. Once he stepped into the half-step invincible realm, he would really be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring into the sky. Yi Cheng suppressed the excitement in his heart, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the attic. How do you feel? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Very good. Yi Cheng nodded. Opening the potential gate would not only greatly improve his comprehension, but also make it easier and faster to comprehend and upgrade the level of the divine art. Even the speed of refining soul stones would increase several times. He couldn't wait to cultivate in seclusion right now. But he knew that Qin Feiyang must have something to do. Because he came to the Deacon Hall earlier to exchange merit points. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal buzzed. Qin Feiyang instinctively took out the image crystal, but found that it wasn't his image crystal that was buzzed. It's mine, Yi Cheng said. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and appeared in the hall with Yi Cheng and the big black wolf. Then he took a phantom pill and turned into Li Bu-er's appearance. At the same time, the big black wolf also turned into a big black dog. Then the man and the wolf retreated to the side. Yi Cheng activated the image crystal, and a shadow immediately appeared. It was Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong frowned. Where did you go? Yi Cheng said, I went back to the law enforcement hall for something. What's wrong? Yi Zhong said in a deep voice, I'll go home immediately. Go home? Yi Cheng was slightly taken aback. But immediately after, Yi Cheng's face changed, and he looked at Yi Zhong and asked, Could it be? Yi Zhong nodded. Yi Cheng's face suddenly turned pale. Okay, I'll go back now. What about you? Yi Zhong said, I'll go find Revered Dragon to explain the matters of the Dragon God Hall and then go back. Yi Cheng nodded and turned off the image crystal. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I have urgent matters to attend to and have to leave the Dragon God Hall. You go back first. What happened? Tell me, maybe I can help. Qin Feiyang said. You can't help. Yi Cheng shook his head, opened an altar, and quickly left. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other in dismay. Make a trip home. Could it be that something happened at home? The big black wolf was bewildered. Maybe. Qin Feiyang nodded, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Moreover, it might take a long time, otherwise Yi Zhong wouldn't have specially gone to find Revered Dragon to explain the matters of the Dragon God Hall. The big black wolf asked, Then what about us now? This. Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he wanted to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but now that Yi Cheng had left, no one would help him exchange for contribution points. He couldn't possibly barge in. After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang said, Then let's go back first. The big black wolf said, Then you go back, I'll take a look around. Qin Feiyang was startled. He looked at the big black wolf and said, "Then don't cause trouble." "Is this emperor the kind of wolf that likes to cause trouble?" The big black wolf rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang, then took a step forward and disappeared into the mountains below. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, then opened an altar and left. After returning to the cave, Qin Feiyang entered the castle to continue cultivating. After breaking through to half-step god realm, he could refine about 1,650 soul stones a day. And from half-step to early-stage god realm, he needed 10 billion soul stones. According to the time outside, with his current speed, refining 10 billion soul stones would take more than 16,600 years. But in terms of the time in the ancient castle, 1 day was 100 years, 10 days was 1,000 years, and 100 days was 10,000 years. In other words, inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang only needed 160 days to refine these 10 billion soul stones. 160 days was only 5 months, and it passed in the blink of an eye. And on that evening, 2 powerful auras descended outside the Dragon God Hall. Soon a white-clothed woman, accompanied by a black-clothed middle-aged man, walked up the stone stairs and entered the Dragon God Hall. "Everyone in the Dragon God Hall, listen up. Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong has returned home due to some matters. From now on, this sovereign will temporarily take over the position of Grand Hall Master." The white-clothed woman scanned the Divine Dragon Island and suddenly spoke. Her tone was very calm, but it was like a clap of thunder that resounded in the sky above the Dragon God Hall. Chapter 2489. The Grand Hall Master has something to do? What's going on? He even sent someone to temporarily replace the Grand Hall Master to handle the affairs of the Dragon God Palace? Is he going to be away for a long time? As soon as the white-clothed woman said that, the entire Dragon God Palace was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this voice. At the same time, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, 2 rays of light bursting out. This voice was so familiar. He heard it a few days ago. It seemed to be, that's right, the ancestral dragon of the White Dragon clan. Back in the Internal Sea, it was because of this woman that Feng Daji self-destructed. She was actually the temporary Grand Hall Master. The ancestral dragon. He had to be careful this time, because this woman had a heaven-defying divine artifact in her hands. "Big brother." So, the big black wolf ran into the cave and called out. Qin Feiyang got up and left the castle, appearing in front of the big black wolf. "It's the ancestral dragon." The big black wolf immediately said, "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "But other than the ancestral dragon, there's another person. According to my sources, it seems to be the 10th elder who died in your hands back then." The big black wolf said again. "10th elder?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, "You mean the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan?" The big black wolf nodded. "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "What's more coincidental is that he's the temporary island master of the first island, overseeing the Deacon Palace." The big black wolf said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I guess the dragon sent him to oversee the first island to keep an eye on you." The big black wolf said. "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at it curiously. "Because he's a half-step invincible realm expert, and Big Sister's cultivation is also half-step invincible realm, so it's more than enough to keep an eye on you. But what he doesn't know is that we have Hui, a beginner invincible realm expert." The big black wolf laughed evilly. Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Don't be rash. Wait until I become a paragon god, then I'll go and meet him. I have to dare too. I didn't see him. As soon as I heard that he came to the first island, I immediately ran back. Half-step indestructible, we can't afford to offend them." The big black wolf shook its head. "It's good that you know." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and brought the big black wolf into the ancient castle, continuing his closed-door cultivation. Early the next morning, a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall with a thin body and a cold face descended in the sky above the valley. This was the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan. The 10th elder lowered his head and looked at the cave abode below, his eyes emitting a fierce light. Beside him was a law enforcer at the 9th heaven realm. The law enforcer shouted arrogantly, "Li Bu Er, the 10th elder of the Black Dragons is here. Come out and welcome him." However, after waiting for a while, Qin Feiyang didn't appear, nor did he hear Qin Feiyang's response. The law enforcer looked at the 10th elder and said angrily, "Grand Elder, this person is too presumptuous." The 10th elder's eyes flashed coldly and he said, "Go and drag him out." The law enforcer stepped in front of the cave abode and a light screen immediately appeared. The law enforcer smiled disdainfully and waved his hand, shattering the light screen immediately. In the ancient castle, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth, then he opened his eyes and 2 rays of cold light burst out of them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an image appeared in the air. The law enforcer swaggered into the cave abode. Now that he had the 10th elder's support, he wasn't afraid. But when he entered the cave abode, the law enforcer couldn't help but be stunned. After all this time, there was no one? The law enforcer released his immortal will again and found nothing, so he turned around and walked out of the cave abode. He looked up at the 10th elder respectfully and said, "He's not in the cave abode." "Not here?" The 10th elder raised his eyebrows. The law enforcer said, "He probably went somewhere else, or left the Dragon God Hall for something." "Then you stay here and wait for him. When he comes back, immediately take him to the duty hall," the 10th elder said. The law enforcer nodded. The 10th elder immediately turned around and disappeared into the void in front of him. The law enforcer squatted outside the cave abode. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the image disappeared, and he continued to cultivate in seclusion. "Guard? Then you can slowly guard." Time flew by. Outside, more than 5 months had passed. But in the ancient castle, more than 10,000 years had passed. Boom. Qin Feiyang's cultivation finally broke through and stepped into the early stage of the immortal realm. It wasn't just him. White-Eyed Wolf, Big Black Wolf, the 3 Black Panther brothers, and Madman all had their cultivations improved by leaps and bounds. Qin Feiyang restrained his aura and walked out of the ancient castle. Looking at the courtyard beside him, he saw Fire Lotus and Hui Yi standing beside the courtyard, looking not far away. Not far away, in an open space, the golden sea python was lying on the ground, and the golden dragon ancestral dragon's body had disappeared. At this moment, the golden sea python was glowing with a bright divine light. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang walked over in surprise. Fire Lotus was taken aback and turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "You're out of seclusion." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus said, "This sea python has reached the final step of fusion." "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked, "Then isn't it about to transform?" Hui Yi retracted his gaze and said, "It will probably take a while." "The ancestral dragon's body is so difficult to fuse with?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. It had been more than 16,000 years in the ancient castle, and it still hadn't succeeded. Otherwise, how can it be called the ancestral dragon? But this little guy shouldn't be able to transform into the ancestral dragon. Because the golden dragon ancestral dragon is not dead. Hui said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's not bad to be able to transform into a golden dragon." "That's true." Hui nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "All right then, I'll go out and meet the 10th elder first." "Then you have to be careful. Because he has seen you before, don't let him see through your identity." Fire Lotus warned. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. Boom. However, at this moment, a powerful aura rushed out from below the medicine field. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were taken aback and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Was it Feng Daji's aura? The next moment, an old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair covered in flames rushed out from the ground and stood above the medicine field, looking around in confusion. Where was this? So many medicinal herbs? So many spirit vein and crystal vein? Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and said in astonishment, "Hui Yi, didn't you say that it would take him at least tens of thousands of years to reconstruct his divine soul? Didn't I also say that spirit vein is a great help in condensing the divine soul?" Fire Lotus placed him in the spirit vein, so of course the speed will be faster. However, he has only condensed his divine soul and hasn't reconstructed his body yet. It should still take a while. Hui said. Qin Feiyang? Hui. It was also at this moment. Feng De saw Qin Feiyang and the other two and was slightly stunned, then hurriedly flew in front of the three. Welcome back. Qin Feiyang smiled. How long has it been since I self-destructed? Feng Daji asked. Qin Feiyang said, not long, only half a year. What? Only half a year has passed? I can reconstruct my divine soul in half a year? Feng Daji was shocked. You guys explain to him. Qin Feiyang said to the Fire Lotus duo, then changed his appearance and continued to suppress his cultivation to the level of a beginner war god. Then he drove the ancient castle and left the cave without anyone noticing. Swish. After a while, he landed in a desolate forest outside the valley and then slowly returned to the valley. Li Bu, you're finally willing to come back. When Qin Feiyang entered the valley, the law enforcer guarding the valley immediately opened his eyes and said angrily. He had actually waited for nearly half a year. He even thought that this person had died outside. You are? Qin Feiyang looked at the law enforcer suspiciously. The law enforcer said with a cold face, I'm the law enforcer of the law enforcement hall, Lin Hua. Law enforcer? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, why are you here? I'm waiting for you here. Where have you been these past few months? The law enforcer said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, I've been cultivating in seclusion beside a pond nearby. Don't you have a cave residence? Why didn't you cultivate in seclusion in your cave residence? Why did you go somewhere else? When the law enforcer heard this, he immediately became irritable. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, the scenery there is good. The scenery is good? The law enforcer almost went crazy and shouted, since the scenery there is good, why didn't you move your cave residence there? Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and asked, why are you looking for me? Nonsense. Why would I wait for you here for so long? Follow me to the duty hall immediately. Lin Hua waved his hand angrily and opened a teleportation altar. Why are we going to the duty hall? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lin Hua shouted, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up. Qin Feiyang nodded and followed Lin Hua onto the altar. The next moment, the two landed on the square of the duty hall. It's Li Bu. A few disciples had just come out of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury. When they saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of panic appeared in their eyes. Back then, the news of Qin Feiyang killing Wang Darren and the other two had spread throughout the first island. Even the second and third islands were talking about it. This guy is actually a low-level war god. Haven't you had enough of the game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? A few of them were speechless. Who didn't know that this person was hiding his cultivation? However, no one knew Qin Feiyang's true cultivation. Let's go. Lin Hua fiercely glared at Qin Feiyang, then walked towards the duty hall. He is a law enforcer? The law enforcer personally came and brought Li Bu to the duty hall. What is he doing? A few disciples didn't leave and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Lin Hua stood in front of the door and looked at the 10th elder sitting inside. He bowed respectfully. Where is he? The 10th elder asked. Lin Hua turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was walking slowly, and shouted, hurry up and come here. I'm coming, I'm coming. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked inside the main hall. His heart trembled. He saw a thin middle-aged man sitting beside the tea table in the main hall. He was wearing a black robe and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His dark eyes were as sharp as blades. It was indeed the 10th elder. Chapter 2490. Lin Hua entered the main hall and ran to the great elder's side. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, this is the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan. Hurry up and greet him. 10th elder? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He cupped his hands and said, Disciple Li Bu greets the 10th elder. The 10th elder sized up Qin Feiyang with a trace of disdain in his old eyes. He said indifferently, come in and talk. You have a noble status. How would I dare to enter? I'll listen to your reprimand outside the door, Qin Feiyang said. The 10th elder looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and nodded. At least you know the rules. Although I'm young, I still know the rules. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right then. I won't beat around the bush with you. Hand over the supreme grade and legendary grade divine techniques that you obtained. The 10th elder transmitted his voice. As expected, it's for this matter. Qin Feiyang muttered. However, why hadn't Yi Cheng and Yi Zhong returned yet? It had been almost half a year. Also, why did the 10th elder send a message? Wait a minute. He noticed the disciples not far away and immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that the 10th elder didn't dare to be too arrogant. Because if the disciples below knew that the Dragon God Palace was actually taking back the Qilin technique and the serious demonic book, they would definitely talk behind their backs. In this way, whether it was the Dragon God Palace or the dragons, their reputation would be damaged. Didn't you hear? The 10th elder looked at the indifferent Qin Feiyang and slightly raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself. Qin Feiyang said, Elder, he didn't send a message. The great elder immediately glared at him with a threatening look. But Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye and said with a frown, Elder, you're a little too much. Too much? What's too much? What is he talking about? Not far away, the disciples were puzzled. Lin Hua was also dumbfounded. The only people who knew that Qin Feiyang had obtained the Supreme Godhead formula were Yi Zhong, Yi Cheng, Yuda, and the dragons. Yuda was dead. Yi Zhong and Yi Zichen weren't in the Dragon God Hall either. Therefore, only the dragons knew about this. At the same time, hearing this, the 10th elder glared at Qin Feiyang, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Supreme Grade Qilin Incantation and the legendary Heavenly Wolf Demonic Tome were both obtained by me and the Big Wolf Dog through luck. Now, you're forcing us to return it to you. How is this reasonable? Qin Feiyang still turned a blind eye and said unhappily. What? Sovereign tier divine art. Legendary deity technique. As soon as he said that, the disciples nearby all had expressions of disbelief. Lin Hua's face was also filled with shock. This man and dog had actually obtained a supreme grade god incantation? When did this happen? Why is there no news at all? Wait a minute. Could it be that half a year ago, when Li Bu killed Wang Darren and the other two? The 10th elder's face became more and more ugly. As an old antique who had lived for God knows how many years, how could he not see that Qin Feiyang deliberately said it in public? Since he had already said it out loud, there was no need to continue to hide it. Every blade of grass and every tree in the Dragon God Hall belongs to us, the dragons. Do you think we, the dragons, can do whatever we want? Let's talk about it later. Who knows if you really got it by luck? The 10th elder sneered. Then, how do you think I got it? Did you open the jade box and check it one by one? Elder, the rules of the divine art treasury are known by everyone in the Dragon God Hall. You just want to find an excuse to convince the public. But you don't know that if you say this, not only will it not make people think you're smart, but it will make you look stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Damn. Is this person borrowing courage from the heavens? Although the 10th elder is really too much, he can't be scolded like this. Stupid. He dares to say these two words. I really admire his courage. The disciples were shocked. They heard that this person was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be arrogant to this extent. He didn't even put the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan in his eyes. Lin Hua was also stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted in a stern voice, Impudent! Who are you to talk to the 10th elder like this? And who are you? I'm talking to the 10th elder. Who are you to interrupt? Do you think you're more powerful than the 10th elder? Qin Feiyang shouted. Lin Hua's expression stiffened. He quickly looked at the 10th elder and said, Sir, I didn't mean that. Shut up. The 10th elder glared at him fiercely, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, What a sharp tongue. But no matter what you say, you have to hand over the Qilin incantation and the serious demonic book today. What if I don't hand it over? Qin Feiyang said. Boom. The 10th elder directly used his actions to prove it. A terrifying pressure rolled toward Qin Feiyang. What happened? As soon as the pressure appeared, it startled everyone. Many people ran out of their cave abodes and looked at the duty hall in surprise. The disciples who were watching the show also turned around and fled the mountain peak in horror. What's going on? Many people gathered around. Last time, when Li Bu killed Wang Darren and the other two, he obtained a supreme-level divine incantation. It seems to be called the Qilin incantation. Now, the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan wants him to hand over the divine incantation. Of course, Li Bu won't do it, so he angered the 10th elder. Several disciples whispered, "What? His luck is too good. He actually obtained a supreme-level divine incantation. But isn't this dragon's too much? He didn't steal or rob. He got it openly from the treasury of the divine incantation. Why should he take it back?" Voices of discussion immediately rang out. Some people were angry at the dragon's actions. Wasn't he deliberately bullying others? But there were also people who gloated. So what if he was lucky? So what if he got a supreme-level divine incantation? He still had to return it to the dragons. Therefore, one must not be arrogant, let alone go against the dragons. Otherwise, one would suffer retribution sooner or later. In fact, these people were just jealous. Especially those who often entered the treasury of the divine incantation. Every time they entered, they hoped that they could get a supreme-level divine incantation and soar into the sky. But it always ended in disappointment. So when they learned that Qin Feiyang actually got a supreme-level divine incantation, they felt unbalanced. On the mountain peak, in front of the duty hall, Qin Feiyang was imprisoned by the pressure, and his face was a little hazy. If the soft approach didn't work, then the hard approach? Did they think he was easy to bully? Then he would make a big fuss and destroy this dragon god hall. Boom. But suddenly, a terrifying aura descended, and a snow python appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. It's him. Everyone looked up and their expressions changed. The young man was lying on the back of the snow python, holding a green foxtail grass in his mouth, yawning as he sat up. He lowered his head to look at the mountain peak below and said angrily, "Someone is causing trouble in the duty hall again? Do you really not put this young master, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, in your eyes?" "It's the hall master." Lin Hua's pupils shrank slightly as he hurriedly ran out and bowed. "This lowly one, Lin Hua, greets Lord Hallmaster." "What's going on?" The young man looked at Lin Hua and asked. Lin Hua wanted to say something but hesitated. "Speak." The young man said. Although his tone was very calm, it carried a great deterrent force. Lin Hua's body trembled as he said, "Lord Hallmaster, it's like this." In a few words, he gave a clear account of what had happened. "Take back the Qilin tactic and the Heavenly Wolf Devil Book?" The young man was slightly startled, and asked suspiciously, "How come this young master didn't know that our Dragon God Hall has such a rule?" Lin Hua was in a dilemma. But at this moment, the 10th elder took a step forward and landed beside Lin Hua. He looked at the young man and said, "It was this seat who set this rule. If this young master remembers correctly, you are only the temporary island master of the first island. Do you have the qualifications to set the rules?" The young man was puzzled. The 10th elder proudly said, "The entire Dragon God Hall belongs to us dragons, not to mention this trivial rule." "So it's like that? All right, then this young master will also set a rule. From now on, those who are not from the Dragon God Hall are not allowed to step into the Dragon God Hall. Dragons are no exception. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy." The young man smiled lazily. Those who are not from the Dragon God Hall are not allowed to step into the Dragon God Hall? This rule, isn't it obvious that it's against the 10th elder? People muttered, because the 10th elder was not from the Dragon God Hall. "How dare you?" The 10th elder roared. He actually dared to ride on the dragons' heads and behave atrociously. Did he really think that he was invincible? The young man smiled indifferently and looked at the 10th elder. "You don't seem to be from the Dragon God Hall. The exit is over there. Get lost." "Awesome. This is called usurping the host's position." This is called domineering. Everyone's heart trembled. Since the establishment of the Dragon God Hall, there had never been such a powerful figure. It was clear that even if you dragons came to the Dragon God Hall, you have to follow the rules. Looking at the 10th elder again. He was so angry that his body was trembling, full of anger. The dragons ruled the divine land and the entire ancient world. Who in the world did not respect them like gods? But at this moment, someone actually tried to usurp the host's position. How could the dignity of the dragons be offended by such a lowly human? The young man frowned and looked at the 10th elder. Didn't you hear? I told you to get lost. Boom. The first elder could not bear it and his aura rolled out. However, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. A woman in white came through the air like lightning and landed in front of the young man. It's really her. Qin Feiyang muttered. The ancestral dragon of the White Dragon clan. The 10th elder immediately flew to the side of the woman in white and said angrily, Lord Ancestral Dragon, this person is simply lawless. Speak clearly. The woman in white looked at the young man and frowned. Not only did he openly go against us dragons, but he also usurped the host's position and changed the rules of the Dragon God Hall. He also said that if anyone who is not from the Dragon God Hall wants to enter the Dragon God Hall, they will be killed without mercy. He's clearly talking about us. The first elder said. The woman in white looked up at the young man and asked, Is that so? You get lost too. The young man nodded lazily. What? He actually asked the ancestral dragon to get lost. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person's arrogance and dominance could no longer be described with words. Chapter 2491. The 10th elder also looked at the young man in a daze. It was one thing to be arrogant in front of him, but he actually dared to be arrogant in front of Lord Ancestral Dragon? Lord Ancestral Dragon, did you see that? Did you see that? How is he respectful to us dragons? Coming back to his senses. The 10th elder roared. Ever since the dragons ruled the ancient world, no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of them. Even the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace did not have the guts. The white-clothed woman's expression was naturally quite ugly. She had long heard that this person was very arrogant, but when she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that it was even worse. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice, What right do you have to tell me to get lost? Yi Zhong is not here, so I'm the boss. Do you think I'm qualified? The young man said lazily. You're the boss? Don't you know that Yi Zhong is also working for us dragons? No matter what, it's not your turn to be the king of the Dragon God Palace. The white-clothed woman shouted. Yi Zhong working for you is Yi Zhong's private matter. What does it have to do with me? I only care about the Dragon God Palace. Right now, I'm the boss of the Dragon God Palace. Do you have any objections? The young man played with the dog's tail grass at the corner of his mouth. His lazy expression was full of playfulness. The white-clothed woman raised her head and laughed. Clang. All of a sudden, a snow-white thin sword appeared, as if it was condensed from black ice. The place was suddenly filled with a bone-chilling cold. A heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. When the surrounding onlookers saw this, they fled into the distance without looking back. The young man's expression did not change, and he said, Looking at your posture, you're ready to fight with me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what you're capable of. The white-clothed woman grabbed the thin sword and slashed at the young man. The sharpness was earth-shattering. The young man still looked lazy, but the snow python under his feet was panicking to the extreme. You followed me for so long, yet you're still so timid. Can't you be a little more mature? The young man hit the snow python's head hard. The snow python felt wronged. Of course you're not afraid because you're strong. But what about me? He was only at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Seeing the ancestral dragon and the heaven-defying divine artifact, who wouldn't be afraid? The young man shook his head and raised his head to look at the white-clothed woman. He slowly removed the dog's tail grass from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, with a flick of his index finger, the green foxtail immediately turned into a stream of light and swept towards the white-clothed woman. Clang! When the green foxtail grass collided with the thin sword, An ear-piercing metallic sound and dazzling sparks were produced. The white-clothed woman was shocked. The collision between the thin sword and the green foxtail grass actually made her arm numb. The next moment, the green foxtail was sent flying back into the young man's hand. However, the white-clothed woman was also forced back a few steps, and the thin sword in her hand almost slipped out of her hand. The white-clothed woman looked at the green foxtail grass in shock. The 10th elder was also in disbelief. The surrounding disciples were even more furious, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. A green foxtail grass could actually fight against a heaven-defying divine weapon? Qin Feiyang was no exception. He was deeply shocked. Although the thin sword in the white-clothed woman's hand was not unsealed, it was still a heaven-defying divine weapon. How could such an ordinary dog's tail grass be so powerful? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of the fight between the young man and Yi Zhong. When the two were fighting, a golden glove suddenly appeared on Yi Zhong's hand. Although it was like a flash in the pan, this glove was definitely not simple. At that time, the young man also used the green foxtail grass to fight against the glove. Looking at it this way, this green foxtail grass was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. I'll say it again. Those who are not from the Dragon God Palace are not allowed to step into the Dragon God Palace. Get out of here immediately. With the green foxtail grass in his mouth, the young man looked listlessly at the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder and said. The 10th elder clenched his hands and growled, "Lord Ancestral Dragon, release the seal and kill him." What? Release the seal of the heaven-defying divine weapon? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to kill us? Dragons, you've gone too far. The surrounding crowd immediately roared. If the seal was released, not to mention the first island, the entire Dragon God Palace would be turned into ashes in an instant. These beasts, the dragons, did not care about their lives at all. And at the same time, when the young man heard the 10th elder's words, he suddenly disappeared from the back of the snow python. The next moment, he stood behind the 10th elder and said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again?" The 10th elder's body and mind tightened, and he quickly ran behind the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman also turned around at the first moment, protecting the 10th elder behind her. "If you're so timid, don't jump out." The young man chuckled and returned to the back of the snow python. Then he lay down with his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. Looking at the young man's posture, the 10th elder was both angry and afraid. The white-clothed woman frowned. "If you don't leave in 3 breaths, then I'll be serious. At that time, don't say that I didn't give you face." With that, the young man closed his eyes and took a leisurely nap. Lord Ancestral Dragon. The 10th elder looked at the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman glanced at the young man and then looked at the dog's tail grass at the corner of his mouth. Her eyes flickered. Suddenly, she lowered her head and looked at Qin Feiyang. An inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. She looked at the young man again and said, "Fine, we won't take back the Qilin technique and the serious demonic book." The ancestral dragon actually gave in? Everyone looked at the white-clothed woman in shock. They thought that the white-clothed woman would definitely make a move, but they did not expect that she would lower her head and compromise with the young man. The 10th elder was also stunned. Lord Dragon Sovereign ordered to take back the Qilin technique and the serious demonic book to confirm whether the young man and Li Bu are related? And the current situation is already obvious. Since the goal has been achieved, there is naturally no need to make a move. The most important thing is that you have already angered everyone when you said that you would release the seal. There is a truth since ancient times. You have to understand that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. The white-clothed woman transmitted her voice. The 10th elder said secretly, "But I have my own ideas." The white-clothed woman waved her hand and looked at the young man. "In this way, we don't have to leave the Dragon God Palace? As long as you follow the rules, everything is negotiable." The young man did not open his eyes and smiled faintly. "In the future, we will mind our own business." The white-clothed woman nodded. Looking at the white-clothed woman's attitude, everyone could not calm down for a long time. This was too unbelievable. The ancestral dragon was not just giving in. It was a pleading attitude. Just how strong was this young man? The most important thing was, the young man was so arrogant, but the dragon sovereign actually sat by and did nothing? The hidden mystery was worth pondering over. Qin Feiyang was also pondering over a problem. The young man had helped him more than once, but he could not figure out why the young man would help him. One had to know. He and the young man were neither relatives nor friends. They only met on the plains. After getting to know each other, they did not have any deep contact. Qin Feiyang was a very sensitive person. He was used to fighting and scheming. He did not believe that there would be anyone in this world who would selflessly help others. Therefore, the young man's actions inevitably made him suspicious. Forget it. When there is a chance, I will ask him face to face. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He could not guess the young man's thoughts. He had to ask him face to face. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked up at the 10th elder and smiled faintly. Elder, is there anything else? Oh, get lost. The Grand Elder shouted. All of this was caused by this person. However, with the young man around, there was nothing he could do. As an elder of the Black Dragon clan, he had never been so aggrieved. You don't, but I do. Qin Feiyang took out a Jianghu bag and said with a smile, help me exchange for merit points. Exchange for merit points at this time? Can't you see that the 10th elder is angry? You really don't know. What do you know? Li Buer did it on purpose. He did it to anger the 10th elder. The surrounding disciples whispered. As expected, the 10th elder was so angry that he was going crazy. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, Elder, what's with your expression? Do you have to pick an auspicious day to exchange for merit points? The 10th elder clenched his hands tightly and shouted, Lin Hua, why are you still standing there? Lin Hua shuddered and quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side, took the Jianghu bag and began to count the herbs inside. As for the young man, he did not pay any more attention and closed his eyes to take a nap. But he had no intention of leaving. If the young man did not leave, the woman in white did not dare to leave either. Because she was afraid. She was afraid that the 10th elder would be impulsive and anger the young man. At that time, even if the gods descended to the mortal world, they would not be able to save the 10th elder. So, Lin Hua counted the results and looked at the 10th elder. A total of 3,000 Nirvana Divine Fruits, 3,000 Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng, and 4,000 Nature Fruits. So many? And every one of them is a very precious herb. This person's family background is very rich. People muttered. The Great Elder asked, how many merit points? Nirvana Divine Fruit, 1 is 2 merit points. Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng is the same. Nature fruits are slightly inferior, 1 merit point. 3,000 Nirvana Divine Fruits, a total of 6,000 merit points. 3,000 Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng, also 6,000 merit points. 4,000 Nature Fruits, 4,000 merit points. A total of 16,000. Lin Hua said. I'm so envious. He got 16,000 merit points in one go. The surrounding people murmured. The highest reward for the mission on the bulletin board was 100 merit points. Moreover, a mission like this that could earn 100 merit points was basically very difficult to complete. Therefore, to the disciples of the first island, 10,000 merit points would take a very long time to accumulate. Qin Feiyang also took out his identity token and handed it over to Lin Hua. Lin Hua took the token and immediately flew in front of the 10th elder. The 10th elder waved his hand and a ray of divine light flew into the token. Lin Hua then brought the token and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang received the token, his spirit sense surged in and there was an additional message. Merit points, 16,000 points. 16,000 merit points was enough for him to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury 16 times. 16 times, get ready to watch a good show. Qin Feiyang muttered, then ignored everyone else and turned around to walk towards the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Chapter 2492. Although he was muttering to himself, it was particularly ear-piercing in the silence of the mountain peak. Watching a good show? Enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion? Don't tell me he still wants to get the only supreme artifact in the Divine Weapon Pavilion? His luck is already heaven-defying enough to obtain a supreme artifact. Now he wants a supreme artifact? How greedy! Just watch. When he comes out later, he will definitely have a disappointed and depressed expression. Everyone was discussing. Luck wasn't always that good. The 10th elder also had a trace of ridicule in his eyes. After obtaining a supreme artifact, he began to become arrogant. Did he think he could easily obtain a supreme artifact? He was ridiculously naive. Even the white-clothed woman could not help but want to laugh. This kid, there was nothing wrong with him. Did he think that the Divine Weapon Pavilion was opened by his family? Qin Feiyang grabbed the token and embedded it in the groove of the door. The door of the Divine Weapon Pavilion immediately opened slowly. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang entered the Divine Weapon Pavilion under the gaze of countless people. Interesting. The young man lying on the back of the snow python muttered, but he did not open his eyes from beginning to end. Inside the Divine Weapon Pavilion, there were a total of 3 floors. Rows of iron shelves were neatly arranged, with long iron boxes placed on them. Each iron box was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. Just from the appearance, they were all exactly the same. It was hard to tell what kind of artifact was inside. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the door, glanced at the iron boxes on the shelves, and injected his divine sense into the token. Merit points, 15,000 points. Each entry cost 1,000 points. For others, whether it was entering the Divine Weapon Pavilion or the Divine Weapon Pavilion, it was all a gamble of luck. But for Qin Feiyang, as long as he could enter, he would definitely gain something. After putting away the token, Qin Feiyang raised his head and strode forward. He looked to the east and looked to the west. He walked along the rows of iron shelves as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. After a while, he finished the first floor and walked to the second floor. He walked through the second floor as if he was taking a stroll and entered the third floor. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang stopped at the staircase. He seemed to be waiting for something. This place was just like the deity technique treasury. No matter how you tried to figure it out, you would never be able to deduce the location of the supreme deity artifact. Because every iron box was exactly the same. Furthermore, not only could the iron box prevent the prying of divine sense, it could also block the aura of a divine artifact. It was so tight that it was impossible to tell if it was a sword, a saber, a hammer, or a spear, let alone the grade of a divine weapon. Unless he could see through the iron box. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't do that at the moment. You brat, didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? Why are you doing such a high-profile thing now? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Keep a low profile and do things in a high-profile manner. Qin Feiyang snickered. Then I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to keep a low profile in the future. The shadowless man laughed. Actually, I've always been very low-key, okay? But if you keep a low profile, there will always be people who want to bully you. There's no other way. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Ever since he entered the Dragon God Palace, he had wanted to keep a low profile and avoid some trouble. But every now and then, someone would come looking for trouble. What could he do? Since keeping a low profile was also troublesome, then he might as well keep a high profile for once, vent the anger in his heart, and also see the wonderful expressions of the dragons. It was not a loss. All right, as you wish. The 5th row of iron shelves on the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th iron box from the right. The shadowless man said, "Thank you." Qin Feiyang secretly thanked him, then turned and walked towards the 2nd floor, saying, "Speaking of which, I really want to see you." All along, the shadowless man had been helping him selflessly in the dark. There were even several times when he was in despair and helpless. It was the shadowless man who came out to comfort him, encourage him, and make him pull himself together again. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to the shadowless man. He really wanted to say thank you in person. However, the shadowless man was just like his name, without a trace. No one knew where he was and no one knew who he was? There will be a chance. The shadowless man smiled. You big shots all like to pretend to be mysterious. Qin Feiyong was helpless. You're wrong about that. I'm not a big shot. Just like you, I'm just a speck of dust in this world. The shadowless man said with a faint smile. A speck of dust, Qin Feiyong murmured. There was no way to refute this. Very soon, Qin Feiyong followed the shadowless man's instructions and found the designated iron box. Qin Feiyong did not hesitate and directly grabbed the iron box. The next moment, he appeared outside the gate of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. He's out. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyong. To be exact, they were looking at the iron box in Qin Feiyong's hands. Qin Feiyong glanced at the crowd, put the iron box on the ground, and then slowly opened it. However, as the iron box was opened, there was no powerful aura, nor was there any bright divine light overflowing. It was as if there was just an ordinary divine weapon inside. It was not even comparable to the most ordinary divine weapon. This was because even an ordinary divine artifact possessed divine might. But there was no divine power in this iron box at all. Did you see it? Did you see it? This is luck. Being able to get a supreme divine technique does not mean that you can get a supreme divine weapon. Looking at it, I'm afraid that the thing inside the iron box is trash that can't even be considered a divine weapon. Everyone laughed. Everyone's luck is limited. The 10th elder snorted coldly. Although it was just a simple sentence, it was full of sarcasm. But Qin Feiyong turned a deaf ear to these voices. Because he believed that the shadowless man's judgment would not be wrong. Clang. Finally, the iron box was opened. A black bead appeared in the air. The bead was about the size of a pellet. Not only was it simple and unadorned, but it also did not have the aura of a divine weapon. Just this broken bead? At first glance, I can tell that it's a cheap item. Everyone's eyes were full of disdain. It was a waste to get such a thing for 1,000 merit points. However, the woman in white stared at the black bead with a trace of surprise in her eyes. It seemed to be somewhat familiar. Qin Feiyong took out the bead and looked at it curiously for a while. Then he cut his finger and dripped his blood to recognize it as its owner. Buzz. When the blood dripped on the bead, the originally simple and unadorned bead suddenly emitted a bright divine light. What? Everyone who was full of disdain before suddenly had a face full of surprise. This divine light, compared to a pinnacle divine weapon. It was more dazzling than a legendary divine weapon. No way. This was a supreme divine weapon? How could it be? Everyone shook their heads. The 10th elder was also extremely surprised at this moment. Looking at Qin Feiyong at this time, there was a trace of incomparable excitement in his eyes. Because the moment the blood merged with the bead, a message poured into his mind. Supreme Divine Weapon, Soul Calming Divine Bead. The so-called Soul Calming Divine Bead was to protect the divine soul. In other words, this was a supreme divine weapon that specialized in protecting the divine soul. Whether it was humans, dragons, or other creatures, the divine soul was undoubtedly the most important and also the most fragile. Once the divine soul was gone, even if there was a heaven-defying divine pill, there was no way to save it. From this, one could imagine how precious a sovereign-grade divine artifact that could protect the soul was. Could be said that the value of the soul-calming divine bead surpassed all supreme divine weapons of the same level. The woman in white seemed to have thought of something and muttered to herself, her face full of disbelief. How heaven-defying was this kid's tone that he could even get such a divine weapon? Lord Ancestral Dragon. Noticing the woman in white's reaction, the 10th elder looked at her in surprise. Could it be that the bead was really a supreme divine weapon? But even a supreme divine weapon could not make the ancestral dragon lose his composure like this. Because the ancestral dragon even had a heaven-defying divine weapon. That is the soul-calming divine bead. The woman in white looked at the 10th elder and sighed. Soul-calming divine bead? Everyone was suspicious. The soul-calming divine bead is a supreme divine weapon. Its only function is to protect the divine soul. Although it has only this function, although it does not have a powerful killing power, it is still incomparable to other supreme divine weapons. The woman in white explained. What? A supreme divine weapon that protects the divine soul. Everyone's mind buzzed when they heard this. Everyone present was at least a war god, so they all knew the importance of the divine soul. Protecting the divine soul. This was a divine weapon that many people dreamed of. How heaven-defying was this Li Buer's luck? The first time he entered the Divine Technique Treasury, he obtained the Supreme Divine Technique Qilin skill. The first time he entered the Divine Weapon Pavilion, he obtained the Supreme Divine Weapon Soul Calming Divine Bead. Did he step on dog shit when he went out? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After the 10th elder heard this, he also shook his head, his face full of disbelief. No matter how lucky he was, it was impossible to obtain a supreme divine technique and a supreme divine weapon consecutively. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the 10th elder and said with a smile, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" The 10th elder clenched his fists and roared, "Lord Ancestral Dragon, there must be a problem." Other than this explanation, he could not find any other reason. Lord, he must have some way to see what's inside the iron box. Lord, you must investigate thoroughly. He's cheating. Everyone roared. Envy, jealousy, hatred. This was human nature. If you can't get it, you don't want others to get it. Cheating? Are you doubting the ability of the dragons? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Someone said angrily, "Cheating is cheating. What does it have to do with the ability of the dragons?" The Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Technique Treasury were both created by the dragons. Now that you say that I'm cheating, isn't that doubting the ability of the dragons? Qin Feiyang laughed. That's not what we mean. Don't talk nonsense. Someone immediately roared in anger out of humiliation. Then what do you mean? Just because you're jealous of me, you're saying that I'm cheating? Jealousy is something that only incompetent people have. Have you all admitted your incompetence? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a mocking smile. Everyone glared at Qin Feiyang, gnashing their teeth in hatred. The key point was that there was nothing they could do. Chapter 2493. Jealousy will only make people fall behind. Only by being humble can one improve. All of you must remember this. Qin Feiyang looked at those people and smiled like an old man. Then, with a thought, the soul fixation divine pearl immediately disappeared. Everyone gritted their teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang. He actually dared to preach to them? In his knowledge see. As soon as the soul anchoring pearl appeared, it floated beside Qin Feiyang's soul, emitting rays of divine light, protecting his soul. At this moment, Qin Feiyang felt safer than ever. In the future, other than a heaven-defying divine artifact, what else could pose a threat to his soul? Moreover, this soul-anchoring pearl had a chance to evolve into a heaven-defying divine artifact. What he lacked now was the power of law. At that time, once the power of law was bestowed, when the soul-anchoring pearl evolved into a heaven-defying divine artifact, even if his opponent also had a heaven-defying divine artifact, they wouldn't be able to harm his soul. I've profited. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Shadowless was really a reliable guy. But who was he exactly? Gathering his thoughts, Qin Feiyang looked at the Divine Weapon Pavilion, then at the Divine Technique Treasury. In the end, he decided to enter the treasury. He had already obtained a lot of divine artifacts from the treasury, but there weren't many powerful divine techniques in the Black Tortoise world. It was time to seek blessings for the Black Tortoise world. He went to the treasury again. I really want to follow him and see how he found these divine techniques and divine artifacts. I don't believe that there is someone in this world with such good luck. The people around were ready to make a move. But no one dared to enter the treasury. Because in their eyes, Qin Feiyang was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. I'll go take a look. The white-robed woman spoke. In a flash, she appeared in front of the treasury. She didn't use any token or merit points and directly walked in. Qin Feiyang was wandering around. When he saw the white-clothed woman enter, he was speechless. You really suspect that I'm cheating? The woman in white didn't say a word. She just stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and continued to wander around. After a short while, He casually grabbed a jade box and disappeared. So casual? The white-clothed woman was stunned. She grabbed another jade box and left the treasury. The two of them appeared one after another. The white-clothed woman glanced at the jade box in her hand and then looked at the jade box in Qin Feiyang's hand. There seemed to be a trace of expectation and also a trace of nervousness in her eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled at the white-clothed woman and opened the jade box. A flame immediately rushed out. This aura, everyone's heart trembled. Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade slip inside and checked it for a bit. He smiled and said, "My luck is really too heaven-defying. Legendary level divine art, White Tiger True Technique." What? Another legendary deity technique? Everyone's eyes trembled. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? The white-clothed woman was also extremely shocked. She opened the jade box that she collected and saw that there was only one inferior deity technique. A legendary level divine artifact and an inferior deity technique. This was a huge difference. If she didn't see it with her own eyes that Qin Feiyang just casually took a jade box, she would really suspect that Qin Feiyang cheated. Qin Feiyang chuckled, put away the jade box, and turned to enter the treasury. The white-clothed woman immediately followed him in. And the 10th elder also ran in. This time, Qin Feiyang still just casually took a jade box. The white-clothed woman and the 10th elder didn't believe it and also took a jade box. The result came out. Inside Qin Feiyang's jade box, there was another legendary level deity technique. And the jade boxes that the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder took out were respectively an inferior deity technique and a middle deity technique. What the hell? Could it be that he is the chosen one? His luck is so heaven-defying. People couldn't believe it. How could there be such a freak? Every time he went in, he would get the best deity technique? He went in again. Under everyone's gazes, Qin Feiyang once again entered the deity technique treasury. The white-clothed woman and the 10th elder were like two little followers, following Qin Feiyang all the time. When Qin Feiyang went up to the second floor and was about to grab a jade box, the 10th elder took a step forward and grabbed the jade box. "You still want to grab this?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Then, under the white-clothed woman's gaze, he grabbed another jade box. And when he went out, the jade box that the 10th elder grabbed was only a middle deity technique. What Qin Feiyang took out was another legendary grade deity technique. What's going on? The 10th elder looked at the jade slip in his hand in astonishment. This was obviously what Qin Feiyang wanted. Why was it only a middle deity technique? This is luck. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly and entered the treasury again. Finally, everyone couldn't help it. After the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder followed in, they also took out their identity tokens and swarmed in. Although it was a bit of a waste of merits, they really wanted to know how Qin Feiyang chose the jade box. But they were disappointed. Qin Feiyang still took a jade box casually and didn't choose anything. However, he got a legendary level deity technique again. And this time, there were hundreds of people who entered. Before they came out, they also grabbed a jade box casually like Qin Feiyang. But among the hundreds of people, the best deity technique was a perfect deity technique. Isn't this too outrageous? There are so many of us, but we don't even have a peak deity technique. And he is alone. As long as he goes in, he will definitely get a legendary level deity technique. Is he cheating? Everyone was incredulous. Of course, Qin Feiyang wouldn't say that a mysterious expert was helping him. And every time he did it casually, it was done on purpose. Time passed little by little. Qin Feiyang had already entered the treasury 9 times. And all 9 times, it was a legendary level deity technique. Everyone was numb. It was too abnormal. If it was really due to luck, then this person was definitely the chosen one. After entering the treasury 9 times, Qin Feiyang went to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Because according to the Shadowless Man, there were no more legendary level deity techniques in the treasury. The highest level was the peak deity technique. The sovereign level deity technique and legendary level deity technique in the treasury were all out of stock. And the peak deity technique naturally didn't have much of a temptation for the current Qin Feiyang. It was better to get a few more legendary level deity techniques. In addition to the Qilin technique and the serious demonic book, Qin Feiyang got a sovereign level deity technique and 10 legendary level deity techniques in the treasury. The only regret was that after taking away the Qilin technique, the Dragon God Palace still hadn't put the sovereign level deity technique in. If he put it in, he could get another sovereign level deity technique. After entering the Divine Weapon Pavilion once and the treasury 9 times, Qin Feiyang still had 6,000 merit points left. He could still enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion 6 times. And these 6 times, he got another 6 legendary level deity techniques. The white-clothed woman kept following him, watching as the legendary level deity techniques fell into Qin Feiyang's pockets one after another. Her heart was bleeding. Cheating? He didn't catch it. Even if the heavens were watching over him, it was impossible to have such luck. Could he see through the jade box? Metal box? That was even more impossible. Because as the ancestral dragon, she couldn't see through the contents of the jade and metal boxes. She couldn't figure it out. How did Qin Feiyang do it? There must be more legendary level deity techniques in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. 10th Elder, come, let me exchange some more merit points. Qin Feiyang looked at the 10th Elder and smiled. The 10th Elder's face turned green. You want to go in? Bort. The 10th Elder looked helplessly at the white-clothed woman. Cough, cough. The white-clothed woman coughed dryly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Stop while you're ahead. Lord Ancestral Dragon, what do you mean by that? Aren't the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury open to us disciples? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The white-clothed woman's expression was rather awkward as she said, Although you're right, you've already obtained so much. That's because I was lucky that I was able to obtain these deity techniques and deity techniques. It can't be that you guys are so stingy that you won't let me in after seeing that I've obtained the deity techniques and deity techniques, right? Let me go in a few more times while I'm still lucky. Qin Feiyang laughed. The white-clothed woman didn't know what to do for a moment. This was because the existence of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury was indeed for the disciples below. However, if this continued, who knew how many more deity techniques and deity techniques he would lose? To the Dragon God Palace, this was a huge loss. Li Buer, you should be content. There's already so much. Some disciples were dissatisfied. What does it have to do with you? No way, Qin Feiyang said. If you take away all the good deity techniques in one go, what will we do in the future? Someone said angrily. Won't the Dragon God Palace make up for it? What are you afraid of? Besides, isn't there still the 2nd island, the 3rd island, the 4th island? These places also have the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury. Qin Feiyang laughed. The white-clothed woman's heart trembled. This person couldn't be thinking about the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury on the other islands, right? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-clothed woman and laughed. Master, let's exchange for some more merit points. I have the medicinal ingredients. The white-clothed woman shook her head. That's boring. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, Fine, I'll come again when you guys make up for the supreme deity techniques and deity tools. Then I won't disturb you guys any longer, goodbye. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned to leave. What the hell? He'll come again when we get the supreme deity techniques and deity tools. Is he trying to squeeze the Dragon God Palace dry? Everyone was speechless. Master, you're letting him go just like that? There's something fishy about this matter. The 10th Elder looked at Qin Feiyang's back and said to the white-clothed woman. Everyone knows there's something fishy. But do you have any evidence? You've been following him, did you see him cheat? The white-clothed woman rubbed her forehead. So many deity techniques and deity tools were all gone. The Dragon God Palace had never suffered such a loss in all its years of existence. The 10th Elder was unwilling to accept this. Not only was he humiliated in public, but he also took away so many deity techniques and deity tools. Give an order immediately. The white-clothed woman gritted her teeth and looked at the 10th Elder. Chapter 2494. What order? The 10th Elder was suspicious. The other disciples also looked at the woman in white in confusion. Only the young man was indifferent and snoring. This made everyone speechless. How could he still fall asleep at this time? The woman in white said, "Order all the island masters to immediately withdraw the supreme level and legendary level divine weapons and divine arts." What? Withdraw the supreme level and legendary level divine weapons and divine arts. If that's the case, wouldn't the highest grade of divine weapon pavilion and divine art treasury be the pinnacle grade divine art and divine art? Everyone was stunned. For Li Bu, they actually changed the rules of the divine weapon pavilion and divine arts treasury? The woman in white looked at the disciples and sighed, "This can't be helped. Please understand." Everyone was silent. Indeed, if they didn't withdraw the supreme level and legendary level divine arts and divine weapons now, they would probably fall into Li Bu's hands. This guy was really ruthless. He even forced the ancestral dragon to this point. The 10th elder looked at the woman in white and asked, "What about the first island?" "Maintain the status quo." The woman in white said. Her meaning was obvious. No more supreme level and legendary level divine arts and divine weapons. This is not a long-term solution. Yet, we still want to try our luck. The disciples around said. When Chief Palace Master Yi Zhong returns, I will look for him to discuss a solution. After all, most of the rules of the Dragon God Palace were set by him. The woman in white said. All right. The disciples nodded. The woman in white rubbed her forehead, looked at the young man, and turned to leave. The snow python looked at the woman in white and returned to the disciplinary hall with the sleeping young man. The disciples also left in 2s and 3s. Little bastard, I will not let you go. The 10th elder looked at the direction of Qin Feiyang's cave residence with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. He then turned and entered the deacon hall. I really didn't expect it to end like this. Lin Hua also shook his head and sighed. The name Li Bu would become a legend. Lin Hua, come in. At this time, 10th elder's voice rang out in the deacon hall. Lin Hua came back to his senses and hurriedly turned around and ran into the duty hall. The 10th elder sat beside the tea table and said sternly, I have a mission for you, back to Qin Feiyang. After returning to the cavern, he entered the ancient castle and handed over the divine arts and divine artifacts to the Fire Lotus. So many? Fire Lotus was surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said regretfully, If I had known, I would have exchanged more contribution points. Are you really going to rob them all? Fire Lotus was stunned. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said unhappily, Girl, why have you also learned bad things? How am I bad? Fire Lotus looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, I used my merit points to enter openly. How can this be called robbery? Fire Lotus could not help but laugh. But what was the difference between this and robbery? Qin Dage, I am also curious. Why do you always get such good divine artifacts and divine arts every time you go in? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Didn't I say that I have a benefactor helping me? Fire Lotus said, But you didn't say who the benefactor is? I can't say. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Fire Lotus was helpless and kept him in suspense. Qin Feiyang said, Leave a legendary divine artifact for the big black wolf. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. He already had enough divine arts and did not need any more. As for divine artifacts, the Azure Phoenix Sword and Coiling Dragon Staff were enough. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang scanned the hall and asked, Where are Feng Daji and Hui? Feng Daji is in seclusion to reconstruct his body. Hui is outside watching the golden sea python. Fire Lotus said. The sea python hasn't fused yet? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although only 2 hours had passed outside, many years had passed in the castle. It should be soon, Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the castle. He saw Hui sitting in the courtyard, drinking wine while looking at the golden sea python not far away. Your wine. Qin Feiyang smelled the fragrance of wine from afar. When he got closer, he found that it was the heavenly immortal wine. Hui laughed and said, It's not easy to return to the northern region. Naturally, I have to go to the Eastern Tomb's Heaven Immortal Tower. For Hui, wine was indispensable. So when he returned to the northern region, he specially went to the Heaven Immortal Tower. Qin Feiyang said, "So, you met the young miss of the Heaven Immortal Tower?" "Of course. A few hundred jars of heavenly immortal wine. As long as she asks, the Heaven Immortal Tower will dare to sell it to me." Hui said, "A few hundred jars." Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. "A total of 500 jars. But it's still not enough." Hui shook his head. "You might as well go and brew wine yourself." Qin Feiyang was speechless. 500 jars of heavenly immortal wine wasn't enough? Did this guy really think that he was an alcoholic? "Don't talk about it. I really went to the young miss of the Heaven Immortal Tower to ask for the heavenly immortal wine's brewing formula. In the end, she directly chased me out." Hui had an unhappy look on his face. "You are really shameless." Qin Feiyang was speechless to the extreme. Why was the Heaven Immortal Tower so famous? It was because of the heavenly immortal wine. He actually went to ask for the heavenly immortal wine's brewing formula. Wasn't this the same as snatching the lifeblood of others? Being chased out was already considered light. If the young miss of the Heaven Immortal Tower was strong enough, she would most probably kill him with a single slap. Hui even had an unhappy look on his face. He really admired how shameless this guy was. Shameless? Good things should be shared with everyone. Hui pouted. After speaking, a mocking look flashed in his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you know? This young miss of the Heaven Immortal Tower even specially inquired about your situation." "Inquired about my situation?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "She seems to be very concerned about you." Hui had a playful look on his face. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you trying to say?" "Don't you know what I want to say? I really don't understand. You are such a dull person. How can you be so popular with women?" Hui touched his chin and scrutinized Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and shook his head. "Don't play matchmaker. Sheng Guanqiu and I were messed up by you guys. Otherwise, how could things have turned out like this? Some things, if they didn't say it out loud, even they wouldn't realize it. For example, Sheng Guanqiu. If it wasn't for the people beside him talking nonsense all day long, Sheng Guanqiu probably wouldn't even think in this direction. Gossip was a fearful thing. This saying was indeed true. You don't know how lucky you are. Little you, doesn't object to you having multiple wives. Why are you still so pretentious?" Hui looked at him with disdain. "I'm different from you. I have to be loyal to my feelings." Qin Feiyang said. Hui was slightly stunned and puzzled. "Why do you give yourself such restrictions?" "Because of my family background. My father has many concubines. But other than fighting and scheming against each other all day long, what's the use of them? It's tiring just to look at them. And my mother, although she was the empress and looked glorious on the surface, I don't know how much she suffered behind the scenes. So I don't want my women to be burdened like my mother." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Hui nodded in realization. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Qin Feiyang and Hui immediately looked over and saw that the aura came from the golden sea python. At this moment, the golden sea python slowly rose into the air, its whole body shining with golden light. But its eyes were still closed, as if it was in a deep sleep. However, its aura was rapidly transforming. In its aura, there was a trace of dragon's might. And this dragon's might was getting stronger and stronger. And its body was also changing rapidly. The snake scales all over its body were transforming into dragon scales. The dragon horns on its head were purer, as if cast in gold. There were also 5 bulges under its abdomen, getting bigger and bigger. As if something was about to emerge from its flesh and blood. All of a sudden, the golden sea python roared towards the sky, and it actually let out a loud dragon roar. Its face also became distorted, as if it was in pain. About 10 breaths passed. The snake scales under its abdomen suddenly shattered, its flesh and blood were torn, and 2 claws emerged. These were dragon claws. As soon as the dragon claws appeared, the snake scales on its body also turned into dragon scales one after another. Its body shape was also changing rapidly. Boom. Crack. However, at this moment, blood clouds suddenly surged in the sky. Streaks of blood-colored lightning flashed crazily in the clouds. This is heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were stunned. The carp leaping over the dragon gate actually had to go through a baptism of tribulation? Qin Feiyang, can the black tortoise realm withstand it? Hui came back to his senses and hurriedly asked. This? Qin Feiyang scanned the black tortoise realm, and he really didn't know if it could withstand the golden sea python's heavenly tribulation. It definitely couldn't before it merged with the ancient castle, because the black tortoise realm was too fragile. And now, the black tortoise realm had merged with the ancient castle, and the black tortoise realm had become as tough as the ancient castle. But one had to know that the golden sea python was a half-step indestructible. He had never experienced a half-step indestructible heavenly tribulation, so he didn't know if the black tortoise realm could withstand it. Back then, the fire lotus had undergone a tribulation, but at that time, the fire lotus's cultivation had not recovered to its peak state. So, the fire lotus's heavenly tribulation was far inferior to the golden sea python's heavenly tribulation. Hui Yi said in a deep voice, "If you can't hold on, then hurry up and get out." Qin Feiyang frowned and scanned the sky with blood clouds. A smile gradually appeared on his face, and he said, "I think it should be able to hold on." "What do you mean?" Hui Yi was suspicious. Why did he suddenly become so confident? "If I can't hold on, that little brat will definitely run out first," Qin Feiyang said. "That's good." Hui Yi nodded. "But I definitely can't undergo the tribulation here." Qin Feiyang scanned the medicinal field. If he were to undergo the tribulation here, then this medicinal field, crystal vein, and spirit vein would definitely be destroyed. However, just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave the Devil's Land with the golden sea python, a black divine light suddenly rushed out of the ancient castle next to them. Looking at this sudden change, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi's eyes were filled with a trace of surprise. A blood-red bolt of lightning struck down. The golden sea python also opened its eyes. Looking at the lightning power, its eyes were filled with fear. Shrouded in the aura of the heavenly tribulation, it could feel the power of the heavenly tribulation more clearly than Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. It had no confidence in surviving this tribulation. Chapter 2495. The heavenly tribulation carried the power to destroy the world as it struck. The golden sea serpent was about to go all out. But at this moment, the divine light that rushed out of the castle quickly spread out above the golden sea serpent's head like a black carpet. The next moment, the heavenly tribulation struck the deep divine light. The sea serpent couldn't believe what happened. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have hit a sponge without any ripples. The heavenly tribulation didn't disappear either. It was imprisoned by the black divine light. That's amazing. Hui Yi was dumbfounded. He nearly cursed out loud. The golden sea serpent was so shocked that it couldn't close its mouth. A half-step imperishable heavenly tribulation had been blocked so easily? Was this the castle's ability? Too terrifying. What a shocking sight. The second heavenly tribulation struck. The result was the same. Just like that, the heavenly tribulation struck the black divine light one after another. So many heavenly tribulations? Qin Feiyang was surprised. 25 heavenly tribulations had struck, but it wasn't over yet. Was it the same as the inner demons and fire lotus's heavenly tribulation, which had 99 heavenly tribulations? Rumble. Blood clouds rolled and thunder and lightning roared. In the end, 99 heavenly tribulations struck. The power of the 99th heavenly tribulation was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulation. The light curtain formed by the divine light couldn't block it. But the castle seemed to be prepared. Another vast divine light appeared and imprisoned the heavenly tribulation. And so, the 99 heavenly tribulations were all imprisoned in the void. Although the divine light imprisoned them, they could still feel a destructive aura. Each of the first 98 heavenly tribulations was enough to seriously injure a half-step undying realm expert. The last heavenly tribulation could even seriously injure a beginner undying realm expert like me. Hui swallowed his saliva and said, "The divine might of this ancient castle was truly all-encompassing." So powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. If it wasn't for the castle, the golden sea serpent wouldn't have succeeded. Hui said. Qin Feiyang's mind suddenly became active. If that was the case, wouldn't these 99 heavenly tribulations be equivalent to 99 trump cards? Then in the future, when facing the half-step undying dragons, he would only need to use the power of heavenly tribulation to defeat them? Rumble. All of a sudden, a beam of golden divine light tore through the blood clouds in the sky and descended. The divine light of the ancient castle immediately retreated to the side with the power of the 99 heavenly tribulations. After the golden divine light landed, it entered the sea python's body. Ding! The sea serpent let out a loud dragon roar, and the last step of its transformation was completed. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared out of nowhere. The dragon's scales all over his body seemed to be made of gold as they emitted a dazzling radiance. However, the symbol of the ancestral dragon did not appear on its forehead. This meant that the ancestral golden dragon was indeed still alive. This was because there could only be one ancestral dragon in the world. If the former didn't die, the future generations would never be able to give birth to a second ancestral dragon. The sea python was extremely excited. Its enormous body was trembling. That was not right. It should be called the 5-clawed golden dragon now. Boom. But in the next moment, the aura in its body surged out uncontrollably. The 5-clawed golden dragon was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Hui were also stunned. This seemed to be a breakthrough. Sure enough, the 5-clawed golden dragon's aura soared all the way. In just a few breaths, its aura broke through the shackles of the half-step undying realm and stepped into the initial undying realm. Hui was stunned. It actually broke through to the initial undying realm? This sea serpent had really obtained a great fortune. The 5-clawed golden dragon was also stunned for a long time. It had never expected that fusing with the divine body of the ancestral dragon would bring it such great benefits. Not only did it transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon, but it also broke through a realm. In the undying realm, the gap between each small realm was comparable to the previous big realm. The difference between the half-step undying realm and the initial undying realm was like heaven and earth. The initial undying realm could even kill the half-step undying realm. Moreover, after reaching the half-step undying realm, it was harder to break through a small realm than to reach the sky. A large number of creatures would be trapped in the half-step undying realm for the rest of their lives until they died of old age. Could be said that, in the imperishable realm, there was an insurmountable chasm between every small realm. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang was also very gratified. First, Hui stepped into the initial undying realm, and now the 5-clawed golden dragon broke through to the initial undying realm. The strength of the black tortoise realm had increased by a large margin. One day, when the sunset divine Bao truly received the allegiance of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, its strength would become even stronger. I can already see hope. The dragons are not so far away. Qin Feiyang murmured. Thank you. The 5-clawed golden dragon withdrew its aura and flew in front of Qin Feiyang, its huge eyes full of gratitude. If it hadn't been for the help of the ancient castle, even with such an opportunity, it would not have been able to transform successfully, because it had no confidence in surviving the 99 heavenly tribulations. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't thank me. It was the ancient castle that helped you, not me. It's all the same. You helped me, and I will do my best to help you. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand with you." The 5-clawed golden dragon promised. "At least you have some conscience." Hui smiled. "What does this have to do with you?" The 5-clawed golden dragon glanced at Hui with an extremely arrogant expression. What? Hui was stunned. The one who helped this emperor to transcend the tribulation was Qin Feiyang, and the one who controlled this emperor was also Qin Feiyang. "What right do you have to speak?" The 5-clawed golden dragon disdained. Hui raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you turning your back on me? That's strange. Is this emperor familiar with you?" The five-clawed golden dragon looked at him suspiciously. "You're really ruthless. You're more white-eyed wolf than the white-eyed wolf. If it weren't for me, would you have survived? If it weren't for me speaking up for you, would you have gotten the divine body of the golden dragon ancestral dragon?" Hui said angrily. "That's also because of you. You made this emperor be controlled by Qin Feiyang. As for the divine body of the golden dragon ancestral dragon, this emperor shamelessly asked Qin Feiyang for it. It has nothing to do with you. So, even if this emperor works for you, it will be for Qin Feiyang. It has nothing to do with you." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly. "Say that again?" Hui raised his eyebrows and said angrily. "What? You want to fight? Come. Don't use the heaven-defying divine artifact. See how this emperor will beat you." The five-clawed golden dragon clamored. They were both at the initial level of the immortal realm. As long as they didn't use the heaven-defying divine artifact, who was afraid of who? Hui was furious. After transforming into a five-clawed golden dragon and breaking through to the initial level of the immortal realm, he turned hostile on the spot. Couldn't there be more trust between a human and a dragon? "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You want this emperor to be your mount? No way." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly, turned into a stream of light, and merged into Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down and saw the golden dragon coiled around his wrist. It looked like an exquisite golden bracelet. "You have no conscience," Hui lamented. If he had known earlier, he would have killed him with a slap in the internal sea. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that in the end, it was him who got a big bargain. "Laugh your ass." Hui glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said loudly, "Fire Lotus, someone is scolding you." Fire Lotus walked over and raised her eyebrows. "Who's scolding me?" "Him." Qin Feiyang pointed at Hui. Hui's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I scold her?" "You're joking. Then my sister is Fire Lotus. If you're not scolding her, then who are you scolding?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Bastard, shameless. No wonder even the five-clawed golden dragon would follow you. You're the same kind of trash." Hui gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang, but when he saw Fire Lotus's unkind eyes, he immediately soared into the sky and fled. "That's not right. Why am I running? My current cultivation is stronger than Fire Lotus. I can suppress her with a wave of my hand. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman." Women were indeed creatures without conscience. How long had she followed Qin Feiyang, this bastard? She actually sided with him. This guy. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Looking at the five-clawed golden dragon on Qin Feiyang's wrist, she said in surprise, "It's actually five-clawed? What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Generally, golden dragons have 4 claws. Five-clawed golden dragons are very rare. I guess only the patriarch of the Golden Dragon clan and the ancestral dragon are five-clawed golden dragons. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded his head, looked at the five-clawed golden dragon on his wrist, and said, "I'm a little worried about a problem." "What problem?" Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "It has fused with the divine body of the ancestral dragon, so it must more or less carry the aura of the ancestral dragon. When it faces the dragons, will it be discovered by the dragons?" "It won't." The five-clawed golden dragon's voice sounded. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the five-clawed golden dragon. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the aura of the ancestral dragon has been completely erased. Now, even if this emperor and the ancestral dragon collide face to face, it won't know that this emperor has fused with its divine body. The five-clawed golden dragon said. "Really?" Qin Feiyang asked. The five-clawed golden dragon replied. "That's good." Qin Feiyang smiled. In this way, he could bring the five-clawed golden dragon out without any scruples. And with the protection of this five-clawed golden dragon, Even if he faced the beginner immortal dragons, he would have the confidence. Naturally, not to mention those half-step immortal dragons. Why did the ancient castle leave the power of the heavenly tribulation? At this time, Fire Lotus looked up at the 99 power of the heavenly tribulation in the sky with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Qin Feiyang looked up and couldn't help but ponder. Could it be? Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. What is it? Fire Lotus asked. I think the ancient castle should want to leave the power of the heavenly tribulation like last time, waiting for an excellent opportunity to forcibly break the seal of the small beast. Qin Feiyang said. Small beast, how strong is its cultivation? It can even seal the ancient castle that has fused with the Black Tortoise realm and almost surpassed a divine artifact. Fire Lotus whispered. Every time she thought of the small beast, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. I don't know how strong it is, but I'm sure that its cultivation has definitely surpassed the immortal realm. Qin Feiyang said. Every time he thought of the golden small beast, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. The five-clawed golden dragon was also extremely surprised when he heard the conversation between the two. The small beast that sealed the ancient castle? Beyond the immortal realm? There was such an existence in the world? Wasn't the strongest under the starry sky the dragon sovereign? It was beyond imagination. Chapter 2496. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and three shadows quickly appeared. The three of them were Jianghu, Li Changhe, and Wang Daoyuan. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young master. The three of them bowed. You must have been busy during this period of time. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them with a smile. Li Changhe said respectfully, This is what we should do. Qin Feiyang asked, Then why are you sending me a message now? Is there a problem? You've already given us the list, how could there be any problem? We sent you a message to ask you to come over and take a look. Wang Daoyuan smiled. Look at what? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Wang Daoyuan said, Didn't you say that you want to control everyone? The people on the list have been gathered by us and are waiting for you. But Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Daoyuan said, Outside the Holy Dragon City, Black Tortoise Mountain. After saying that, the three of them gave Qin Feiyang a few coordinates. I'll be right there. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and called Madman out of the cultivation room. Madman's cultivation had already broken through to the lesser stage of the Supreme God realm. It seemed that he had been cultivating in seclusion seriously all these years in the northern region. And a monster like Madman must have entered the Purple Gold Divine Pagoda. The Purple Gold Divine Pagoda also had a time array. The two of them left the ancient castle and appeared in the cave abode, preparing to open the altar. Brotherly, a warm laughter sounded, and a figure streaked across the sky like lightning and landed in front of the cave abode. It was Hong Yi. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why did Hong Yi take the initiative to look for him? Hong Yi walked into the cave abode, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Are you guys preparing to go out? There's something I need to deal with. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hong Yi smiled and said, Then why didn't you call me along? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, These are all trivial matters. There's no need to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to help. Hong Yi chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, There's really no need. Now that Madman was here, there was no need to ask Hong Yi for help. This person was very greedy. If this continued, who knew how many benefits he would get from him? Although Qin Feiyang didn't care about these so-called benefits, there was no need to benefit an irrelevant person. Why has Brotherly become so distant after not seeing you for a while? Who are you talking to? Your business is my business. Hong Yi said. Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded with a smile. All right then. That's right. You don't have to be polite with me. Even if it's just a small matter, I'm happy to help. Hong Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Then let's go. It's still the same old rules. Same old rules, Hong Yi murmured and didn't immediately send the two of them to the spatial divine item. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Brotherly, there's a question I can't figure out. Why do you hide in the spatial divine item every time you enter the Dragon God Palace? Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and said with a smile, I don't want to be seen by others, so as to avoid some trouble. Is that really the case? Why do I feel that there's something else? Hong smiled. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and frowned. What are you trying to say? Nothing. Purely curious. Brotherly, I heard that last time you got a lot of divine weapons and divine arts from the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury? Hong Yi continued to ask and didn't have the slightest intention of taking the two of them out of the Dragon God Palace. This is something that everyone knows. There's no need to ask when you already know the answer. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're really lucky. Brotherly, you can't use all these divine arts and divine weapons by yourself. Why don't you share some with me? Hong Yi smiled. Greedy indeed. Qin Feiyang muttered and smiled faintly. Sorry you're late. I gave them all to the people around me. Hong Yi said, you didn't give away the Qilin technique and soul-anchoring divine pearl, right? He didn't believe that this person would be willing to give away supreme divine arts and supreme divine artifacts to the people around him. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I didn't give them away. But Hong Yi said, then why don't you give them to me? Give them to you? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in astonishment, after all this time, you came to me just to ask for the Qilin technique and soul-anchoring divine pearl. You can't say it so harshly. Look, I've also helped you a lot. Let's talk about this madman. He only managed to enter the Dragon God Temple with my help. Shouldn't you repay me? Hong Yi said with a smile. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Madman's smile was even more brilliant. He actually dared to have ideas about them? This courage was really quite admirable. Hong Yi was also fearless and said with a smile, Brotherly, listen to me, harmony brings wealth, this is the right way. Qin Feiyang said, I'm very curious, what is your confidence? Since he had already said it out loud, there was naturally no need to be polite. Confidence? You should know in your heart. Hong said, I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Do I have to point it out? Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. During this period, I've been thinking, why do I have to hide in a spatial artifact every time I enter the Dragon God Palace? Then one day, I suddenly thought of a possibility. It's also the only possibility. You can't freely pass through the entrance. And being unable to pass through the entrance is also a kind of explanation. You're not controlled by the Stone of Fate. Am I right? Hong Yi smiled. It seems that I've underestimated you, Qin Feiyang said. Is that really the case? Hong Yi was shocked and said in a deep voice, everyone who enters the Dragon God Palace will be controlled by the Stone of Fate. Why aren't you? Aren't you very smart? Think about it yourself. Qin Feiyang said. Could it be that young man who snatched the Stone of Fate from the Dragon God Palace Master and then helped you remove the fate contract? Hong Yi was surprised. You can even guess this. You're indeed smart. I really shouldn't have underestimated you. Qin Feiyang smiled in surprise. I see. Hong Yi nodded and laughed. It's not that you underestimated me, but you overestimated yourself. Yes. So you're going to use this to threaten me and make me give you the Qilin technique and soul calming pearl? Qin Feiyang said. Then do you think this can threaten you? Hong Yi smiled and asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. You've made a very stupid decision, you know? If you can be honest, then I definitely won't make a move on you. But you chose to threaten me. You even want the Paragon technique and artifact. Are you worthy? Qin Feiyang said. Hong Yi raised his head and laughed. He became more and more fearless and said, I've long known that you killed Wang Darren and the other two, and I also know that you have supreme experts protecting you. Do you think I'll come to you unprepared? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, What preparation? Before coming, I've already told a friend of mine that if I don't go back alive today, I'll go and find Lord Ancestral Dragon. At that time, you should know what the consequences will be, right? Hong Yi said with a smile. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. This person was quite smart to be able to plan this step in advance. Give it to me. I promise that we'll live in peace in the future. But there's one more condition, you have to give me some divine pills on time every month. Hong Yi said. You want the Qilin technique and soul calming pearl, and divine pills, aren't you afraid that you can't handle it? Qin Feiyang said. Hong Yi said with a smile, Don't worry, I have a big appetite, no matter how much I want, I can handle it. Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked outside the cave, his eyes flashing slightly, and said helplessly, All right, I'll give it to you, follow me to the space divine object. There's no need for that. Just give it to me here. Tongsid. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, I invited you so kindly, but you actually refused, you're not giving me face. Then tell me, why should I give you face? Hong Yi looked at him mockingly. If you don't give me face, then I definitely won't give you face either. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, lowered his head to look at the five-clawed golden dragon on his wrist, and said, Cripple him. The five-clawed golden dragon immediately rushed out, and like a golden arrow, it pierced through Hong Yi's qi. With a miserable howl, blood suddenly spurted out. At the same time, the five-clawed golden dragon waved its claws, and a divine barrier appeared, sealing off the cave. This way, no matter how much noise was made inside the cave, the outside world would not hear it. Hong Yi felt the dragon might of the five-clawed golden dragon and even forgot to howl. He stared at the golden dragon with a pale face. There was actually a five-clawed golden dragon beside this person. Let me kindly remind you, not only is it a five-clawed golden dragon, it is also a beginner-level immortal realm expert. Madman retreated to the side, leaned against the wall, and looked at Hong Yi playfully. What? Beginner-level immortal realm? Hong Yi's body and mind trembled. The five-clawed golden dragon said contemptuously, This emperor has never seen someone as stupid as you, actually daring to come and threaten us. Hong Yi was terrified and roared, Li Bu, think carefully, if you dare to kill me, my friend will definitely find Lord Ancestral Dragon. Even now, you're still threatening me, calling you an idiot is already praising you. If I'm not wrong, your friend is now in your space divine object. Qin Feiyang laughed. You? Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Do you want to say, how would I know? Actually, this is very simple, because even if your friend went to find the Ancestral Dragon, that's just a one-sided story, would the Ancestral Dragon believe it? Of course not. So, you must get evidence before you can really threaten me in the future. If you want to get evidence, you must get close to me. How can you get close to me? Of course, by hiding in your space divine object. You are outside, deliberately provoking me and making me say the reason. This way, the friend hiding in your space divine object can use the image crystal to record it without anyone knowing. Am I right? Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 2497. When Hong Yi heard these words, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Who the hell is this person? He said all this as if he had seen it with his own eyes. These little tricks of yours are all leftover from us. Call that friend of yours out. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You'd better not mess around. Otherwise, I'll have that friend of mine spread the recording of our conversation. Hong Yi roared. You want to fight to the death? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and looked at the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon understood and forcibly pulled Hong Yi's space divine item out of his body. The five-clawed golden dragon waved its claws and the space divine item shattered. After the space divine item shattered, a middle-aged man in black rolled out in a sorry state. In his hand, he was holding an image crystal. The five-clawed golden dragon stepped forward and smashed the image crystal with its claws. Now, what can you use to threaten me? Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi with a smile. Hong Yi's eyes were filled with despair. The middle-aged man in black also looked miserable. His cultivation was about the same as Hong Yi's. Facing the five-clawed golden dragon, he was like an ant facing an elephant. If you had spread the recorded video at the beginning, it would have been spread in the Dragon God Palace by now. Unfortunately, you were too greedy and wanted to use this video to threaten us. Of course. You definitely didn't expect that I would be able to guess that he was hiding in your space divine item. Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi and smiled. The middle-aged man in black immediately said, Li Buer, this has nothing to do with me. He instigated me. Let me go. What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who suspected him first, and you even came up with the idea to let me test him. Hong immediately glared at the middle-aged man in black. You're slandering me. Li Buer, you have to believe me. I was really instigated by him. Don't worry, I won't mention this to anyone. Please be magnanimous and let me go. The middle-aged man in black was lying on the ground, crying and begging. Cripple him as well. Qin Feiyang looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said. The five-clawed golden dragon waved its dragon claw, and a streak of divine power instantly entered the black-clothed middle-aged man's chi-si. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was filled with fear. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them to the castle. He then transmitted his voice to Fire Lotus, Don't let them die too quickly. Understood. Fire Lotus responded. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened an altar. He turned to Madman and said, Senior brother, let's go. The five-clawed golden dragon coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. The madman waved his hand and sent Qin Feiyang into the spatial divine item before stepping onto the altar. Whether it was the madman or Qin Feiyang, this was just a small interlude. In a huge stone room, Qin Feiyang stood in the center and looked around. The stone room was very large, at least a few hundred feet. Not only were there all kinds of furniture, there were also some small green potted plants. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time Qin Feiyang came to the madman's spatial divine item. The ground was also extremely clean. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the four walls. He discovered that there were actually many tightly shut stone doors. Could it be that there was more than one space? Qin Feiyang curiously walked in front of a stone door and pushed it hard, but found that he couldn't open it. He walked to the other stone doors and tried, but he couldn't open them either. Not simple. He already knew that the madman's spatial divine item was definitely not ordinary. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. But what was behind these doors? Shua. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's vision blurred and in the next moment, he appeared on top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang curiously looked at the madman beside him and asked, Senior brother, what level is your spatial divine item? You want to know? The madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. I won't tell you. The madman laughed in ridicule. Qin Feiyang helplessly sent the madman to the castle, then opened an altar and jumped up. Black Tortoise Mountain. At this moment, in a valley, a group of people gathered together, their eyes filled with anticipation. The valley was huge. There were also many people, estimated to be more than 1,000. But when more than 1,000 people gathered together, there was no noise at all. It was extremely quiet. At the front, Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, and Jiang Dafei stood together, all of them silent. Shua. Suddenly, a figure descended in the sky above the valley. At this moment, everyone raised their heads in unison and looked at that figure. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young master. Jiang Dafei and the other two immediately bowed. He is the young lord? The others looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and took a facial restoration pill, restoring his true appearance. It's the young lord. It's exactly the same as what the divine general said. Greetings, young lord. After seeing Qin Feiyang restore his true appearance, the group of people knelt down and kowtowed. Get up. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Everyone got up and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. They were no stranger to the name Qin Feiyang, but it was the first time they saw him in person. This was a bit different from the young lord they imagined. The young lord in their imagination was the kind of person who was unapproachable, cold, and ruthless. But now, the young lord standing in front of them looked very gentle, without any arrogance or coercion. Young master, this is for you. Li Changhe and the other two flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Wang Daoyuan took out the twin dragon pendant and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang put away the twin dragon pendant. When he gave the twin dragon pendant to Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, it was to prove that they were his subordinates. Now that they were here, he naturally didn't need the twin dragon pendant anymore. Qin Feiyang asked, "How many people are there in total?" "Except for Fan Yunzhang, everyone is here." "A total of 1,198 people?" Li Changhe. With 1,198 people, including Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei, there were exactly 1,200 people in total. As expected, there were spies of the Dragon Slayer Palace in the 1,200 cities in the north. But Qin Feiyang knew that this was not all. There must be people of the Dragon Slayer Palace hiding in the major cities. It was just that these people usually hid in the city or in the wilderness, and no one knew about them. "How's your cultivation?" Qin Feiyang asked. Jiang Dafei said, "Between the half-step supreme and the perfected ninth heaven state." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the 1,198 people below, and said with a smile, "It's been hard on you to hide in the major cities all these years." "It's not hard at all. As long as we can destroy the dragons, it's worth sacrificing our lives." The people below immediately roared. "I don't agree with that. The dragons must be destroyed, but you have to live." "I, Qin Feiyang, will never do a deal that kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800 of my own men. You have to protect yourselves even more if you follow me. I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon Slayer Palace, for me, Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Everyone bowed in response, and their hearts were filled with warmth. No one had ever cared about them so much. How lucky! They had met such a benevolent and righteous young lord. "Okay, let's get down to business. I believe Li Changhe and the others have also told you my rules." Qin Feiyang said. "We're willing." Everyone bowed. Qin Feiyang smiled and began to make seals with both hands. Slave seals quickly appeared and swept toward the heads of more than 1,000 people. After about a few hundred breaths, the slave seals were finally completed. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, "I control you. Do you have any complaints?" The group of people didn't hesitate at all and answered very straightforwardly. "Since you're willing to follow me, I definitely won't treat you badly. I won't ask for your names. After all, there are too many people. I might not be able to remember all of them. But I promise you here that when I succeed and retire, I will return your freedom. Also, no matter who it is, as long as you reach the perfected paragon or the 9 heaven stage, I will help you open the door of potential." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The door of potential. Everyone was wild with joy when they heard this. This was something they had never expected at all. It was simply a great fortune. Qin Feiyang turned to Jiang Dafei and the other two and said, "Count how many perfected paragon and perfected paragon gods there are now." Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise realm and looked at Fire Lotus. "Immediately prepare the Yin-Yang Chaos Divine pills for me, as well as all kinds of medicinal herbs to open the door of potential. The more the better." Fire Lotus nodded. Outside the valley. "Perfected paragon and perfected paragon gods, step forward." Jiang Dafei looked at the crowd below and said, "Immediately." Figures walked out one after another. There were men and women, old and young. Jiang Dafei said again, "Perfected paragon gods, stand on the right. Perfected paragon gods, stand on the left." The group of people walked to the left and right. It was very orderly. There was no disturbance at all. So, the people on both sides stood in place. Jiang Dafei and the other two counted. There were 150 perfected paragon gods. There were 300 perfected paragon gods. A total of 450 people. Then, the three of them reported this matter to Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang was in the castle, he could clearly hear the voices outside. Outside, time passed breath by breath. About 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang appeared in the sky above the valley again. He looked extremely haggard. In his hand, he was holding a Qiankuan bag. "Give them the Yin-Yang Chaos pills and help them open the door of potential." Qin Feiyang threw the Qingquan bag to Jiang Dafei and the other two. The three of them took the Qingquan bag and looked down. They were shocked. How could he refine so many pills so quickly? There was a time array in the castle. A day outside was 100 years inside. Although only a few breaths had passed outside, a long time had passed inside the castle. And refining these pills continuously had indeed exhausted Qin Feiyang. It's actually a divine pill. I didn't expect young lord to be able to refine divine pills. When they saw the pills that Li Changhe and the other two took out, they were all extremely shocked. Now you know how powerful young lord is. Jiang Dafei smiled and said, all of you, come up and receive your yin-yang chaos pills. The perfected paragon gods and perfected paragon gods flew up one after another and received a yin-yang chaos pill. These yin-yang chaos pills can raise your cultivation by 1 minor level. If you're lucky, it might even raise your cultivation by 2 minor levels. Qin Feiyang smiled. Raise your cultivation to the paragon god level? There's still a possibility of increasing by 2 minor realms. Thank you, young lord. The 450 people immediately bowed and thanked him. The other hundreds of people naturally looked envious. Don't worry. When you break through to the perfected paragon god level, you'll all have them. As for the people of the Empyrean realm, the young lord said earlier that he would also help you open the door of potential. Li Changhe smiled. When the hundreds of people heard this, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 2498. Looking at everyone's reaction, Qin Feiyang was also very satisfied. The first step of winning people's hearts had basically been achieved. Qin Feiyang looked down at the 5-clawed golden dragon on his wrist and said with a smile, set up a barrier. After all, Black Tortoise Mountain was outside Holy Dragon City. And there were many fierce beasts nearby, as well as some people who were training. When everyone broke through later, it would definitely cause a big commotion. So, he had to set up a barrier to isolate the commotion. Hearing this, the 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky and turned into 100 feet long. Divine power surged out, and a barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire valley. Divine dragon. It's a 5-clawed golden dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Changhe and the other two were shocked. When did the young master subdue a 5-clawed golden dragon? It's a companion that has just followed me not long ago. It has a basic immortal realm cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Basic immortal realm. Everyone's eyes trembled. This young master was indeed a dragon among men. Even a basic immortal realm 5-clawed golden dragon was under his command. Let's begin, Qin Feiyang said, then sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes to rest. The 450 people also took the yin and yang chaos pills one after another. Boom. After a while, waves of aura burst out uncontrollably. A group of people broke through one after another. There was no doubt that the 300 perfected immortals had all broken through the shackles of the 9 heavens realm. As long as they opened the door of potential, they could break through to the half-step 9 heavens realm. However, only 30 or so of the 150 perfected immortals were lucky enough to soar all the way to the perfected immortals and break through the shackles of the 9 heavens realm. As for the remaining 100 or so people, although they were a bit unlucky and didn't break through the shackles of the 9 heavens realm, they were all perfected immortals. Of course, it was to help these people open the door of potential. The 5-clawed golden dragon released its pressure. The doors of potential of the 450 people were opened one after another. Those who could enter the Dragon Slayer Palace had extraordinary willpower. Halfway through, they only rested for a short while. About half an hour. The 450 people had broken through the ultimate immortal realm. Looking at the potential mark on their chests, they were all incoherent with excitement. Following closely, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, who was recuperating with his eyes closed. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. All of this was given to him by the young lord. In the future, the young supremacy would be their sky. Whatever the young supremacy told them to do, they would do. The remaining few hundred people clenched their fists tightly. In order to unlock the door of potential, they had to work hard in their cultivation from now on. Sir, it's done. Li Changhe walked up to Qin Feiyang and respectfully handed the Qianquan bag to Qin Feiyang. There were still many pills left inside. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, and the fatigue between his brows disappeared. He glanced at the Qianquan bag and smiled faintly. Give it to Jiang Daf. In the future, if you need it, go to him. Thank you, young lord. Those who hadn't unlocked their potential bowed and thanked him. It turned out that the young master had already refined the elixirs they needed. Hearing this, Li Changhe handed the Qianquan bag to Jiang Dafei and reminded him, Brother Jiang, the pills inside are priceless. Take good care of them. Don't worry. I'll protect these pills with my life. Jiang Dafei said solemnly. That's too exaggerated. But there's no certainty. If these pills are exposed to the world, it won't be good for you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Jiang Dafei was slightly stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. That seemed to be the case. Apart from the Yin-Yang Chaos pill, the rest of the pills were all for unlocking the door of potential. Once exposed, one could imagine what kind of disaster it would bring. Thinking of this Qianquan bag was still a hot potato. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said, Now, tell me, how many city lords have been replaced? The three of them were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang, looking a little nervous. Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't tell me that you haven't taken action after so long. Please forgive me, sir. We really haven't taken action yet, because we've been contacting everyone during this period. Although you gave us the list, the north is too big after all. Moreover, we have to find and confirm one by one. It really took a lot of effort. The three of them lowered their heads. Qin Feiyang frowned. Jiang Dafei said, Young lord, don't worry, we'll start the plan later and complete the task as soon as possible. Then what plan do you have? Qin Feiyang asked. The three of them stiffened and shook their heads. Not yet. Qin Feiyang said, Not yet, or can't you think of the most appropriate plan? Nothing can escape young master's eyes. Indeed, we can't think of the most appropriate plan. Wang Daoyuan smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, Then tell me about the plans you originally thought of. The first step of replacing the city lords is to kill the current city lords. The second step is to find a way for those present to take the position of city lord. But compared to the second step, the first step is more difficult. Because there are too many people, if the city lords die one after another, then no matter how careless the dragons are, they will see through it. And if we take it slow and spend hundreds or thousands of years, it will be too much of a waste of time. The three of them said, That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Then we can create all kinds of accidents. If the city lords die one after another, it shouldn't attract too much attention. That won't work. Once or twice can be an accident, but if it happens too many times, it won't be an accident anymore. The problem we are most worried about is that once the dragons notice, it will affect our overall plan. Or even fail. Li Changhe. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, This matter really can't be noticed by the dragons. Li Changhe sighed. That's why we haven't been able to find the most suitable way. Wang Daoyuan and Jiang Dafei also looked like they couldn't make up their minds. Looking at the three of them, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Jiang Dafei and the other two looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Sir is resourceful. He should be able to think of the safest and most efficient way. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, Hui, Fire Lotus, and Feng Daji appeared. The three of them looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and said, How long will it take for your divine body to recover? Feng Daji said, It will take a while. That doesn't matter. Go to the various city lords' mansions. With the strength of your divine soul, no one can stop you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion and asked, Qin Dage, do you have a plan? 5-clawed golden dragon, you and Li Changhe go together. Hui Yu and Wang Daoyuan go together. Fire Lotus, you and Jiang Dafei go together. Feng Daji, you come with me. We will split into 4 groups and loot the medicinal fields of the various city lords' mansions as fast as possible. Of course, We will also kill the city lords of the various city lords' mansions. Qin Feiyang said. So blatant? Everyone looked at each other. That's exactly what we need to do. That way, the Dragon Clan will think that our target is the herb field and not those city lords. Qin Feiyang laughed. So that's how it is. On the surface, we are looting the medicinal fields, but in the dark, we are killing the current city lords. At that time, even if the city lords are all dead, the dragons will only think that they were killed by us when they were guarding the medicinal fields. Although it will cause a big sensation, it can cover our true purpose. Sir is indeed, sir, to be able to think of such a wonderful plan. This subordinate admires you. Li Changhe cupped his hands and smiled. Wang Daoyuan, Jiang Dafei, and more than 1,000 people below also had a look of admiration. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Changhe and the other two and asked, "The three of you have the coordinates of the various cities, right? You are only responsible for leading the way. Leave the rest to Fire Lotus, Hui, and the five-clawed golden dragon." Qin Feiyang said. Li Changhe and the other two nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd below and smiled. I also need someone to lead the way. Who knows the coordinates of all the cities? Me too. Young Lord, I also know. Dozens of people below raised their hands and shouted. Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozens of people, and finally looked at a black-clothed man and said, "You." This man was at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm and could be of help. The man flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. Subordinate Lei Bing greets young lord. Which city are you from? Qin Feiyang asked. Lei Bing said, Serpent City. Serpent City? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and muttered, It sounds familiar. Young lord, Serpent City is as famous as Holy Dragon City. It is one of the 3 largest cities in the north. Jiang Dafei said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. When the princess and the patriarch of the dragons pretended to be Lin Yi and her disciple and looted the treasure vaults of various cities, they also looted Serpent City. So, he had also heard of this city. Well, take Feng Daji and me to Serpent City. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lei Bing nodded respectfully. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fire Lotus, Hui, and the 5-clawed golden dragon, and said with a smile, Then let's get started. After we are done, we will meet here. Remember to kill those messengers. In this way, the people of the City Lord's mansion will not be able to contact the dragons immediately, and we will have plenty of time. Hui laughed. I haven't encountered such a fun thing in a long time. Wang Daoyuan, let's go. Then let's go to Snow Dragon City. Wang Daoyuan smiled, changed his appearance slightly, and opened an altar. Snow Dragon City, Serpent City, and Holy Dragon City were the 3 largest cities in the north. As soon as the two left, Li Changhe looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon and said with a hoarse smile, Then let's go to Sun Moon City. Whatever. Anyway, they are just ants. The 5-clawed golden dragon said proudly. Qin Feiyang looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon and said, You also have to change your appearance. Chapter 2499. Why? The 5-clawed golden dragon asked. You'll follow me to the Dragon God Palace in the future, so you can't reveal your true identity. Qin Feiyang said. All right. The 5-clawed golden dragon nodded and transformed into a human. Then, his divine power condensed into a mask and he put it on his face. Li Changhe also changed his appearance. He activated an altar and left with the 5-clawed golden dragon. As soon as the 5-clawed golden dragon left, the barrier around the valley disappeared. Jiang Dafei also took a phantom elixir and changed his appearance slightly. He looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, Miss Fire Lotus, let's go to Star Cloud City. Fire Lotus nodded. After Fire Lotus and Jiang Dafei left, Lei Bing also took out a phantom elixir and changed his appearance. After all, he had to stay undercover in Serpent City in the future, so he couldn't reveal his true identity. It was because of this that Jiang Dafei had changed his appearance. As for Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, they had appeared in the Dragon God Palace, so they couldn't show their true faces. Otherwise, everyone would know that Li Bu, heir in the Dragon God Palace, was Qin Feiyang. After that, Lei Bing also opened an altar. Qin Feiyang jumped onto the altar with Feng Deji. He looked at the more than 1,000 people below and said with a smile, "Build a contract bridge with each other so that you can contact each other in the future. Then, go back to your respective cities immediately. But don't go back to the city lord's mansion, in case you get hurt." A group of people bowed and answered. Lei Bing also jumped onto the altar. "This young master is really bold." Yes. Only the young master would dare to think of such a bold plan, and only the young master would dare to do it. After Qin Feiyang and the other two left, the more than 1,000 people sighed. Last time, in order to deal with Qin Feiyang, the dragons looted the treasure vaults of all the cities in the north. This time around, Qin Feiyang could be said to be giving him a taste of his own medicine. One could imagine. When the dragons received the news, their faces would be ugly. Serpent City. There was a sea of people and endless streams of horses and carriages. It seemed incomparably prosperous and lively. The city lord's mansion, which was located in the center of the city, was naturally heavily guarded. At this moment, behind the city lord's mansion, above a medicinal field, 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. They were none other than Qin Feiyang, Feng Deji, and Lei Bing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Feng Deji. Feng Deji waved his hand, and a divine sense shot out, blasting downward. With a loud bang, an enchantment appeared above the medicine field, and the enchantment shattered. Without another word, Qin Feiyang immediately released his divine power and poured it into the ground below the herb field. Rumble! The entire herb field was uprooted, including the crystal vein and the spirit vein below. Who is it? This commotion immediately alerted the people in the city lord's estate. A black-clothed old man took the lead and rushed into the back mountain. But when he saw that it was Qin Feiyang and Feng Deji, his face suddenly changed. This was because the two of them had not changed their appearances yet. And Qin Feiyang wanted to cause a sensation. Needless to say, Feng Deji used to be a servant of the dragons, so the dragons naturally knew him. "How dare you rob the herb field of the Serpent City again? And this Feng Deji, didn't he explode himself? Why is he still alive?" The black-clothed old man was both shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to go forward. Not only did they not dare to step forward, they fled for their lives in fear. Feng Deji turned around and looked at the black-clothed old man, who had just reached the 9th heaven state. A divine sense shot out, and the black-clothed old man died on the spot. The next moment, he returned to his true form, which was a black dragon, and fell to the ground with a thump. Another group of people rushed into the back mountain. The leader was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, who looked quite majestic. He is the city lord of the Serpent City. The people behind him are basically the dragon's minions. They all deserve to die. Lei Bing said to Feng Deji. Feng Deji said coldly, and a divine sense rushed towards the group of people like a tide. "It's Qin Feiyang. Run!" The city lord roared. But before he could finish, the divine sense had already arrived. Along with a series of screams, the group of people died, and blood splashed in the sky. At the same time, Qin Feiyang put the herb field into the black tortoise realm, looked at the blood mist in the sky, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the next city." Lei Bing opened another altar, and then the 3 of them left without looking back. "Did you hear the commotion at the city lord's mansion? Something seems to have happened. I can faintly hear some screams. What is going on?" At this moment, everyone in the Serpent City was looking at the city lord's mansion, their eyes full of shock. The guards of the city lord's mansion heard the commotion and rushed to the back mountain in shock. When he saw the looted medicinal field, when he saw the black dragon's corpse, when he saw the ground full of dismembered corpses and severed limbs, he immediately turned pale. What's going on? Who robbed the herb field? Who killed the messenger of the dragons and the city lord? The news quickly spread in the Serpent City, causing a huge uproar. At the same time, Snow Dragon City, Sun Moon City, and Star Cloud City were also boiling. Because the city lord's mansions of these 3 cities were also robbed. The messenger of the dragons and the city lord were also killed. I saw it, it's Hui. That's right, it's Qin Feiyang's accomplice. It's him who robbed the herb field of Snow Dragon City and killed the city lord and the messenger of the dragons. Oh my god. Why would he suddenly do such a thing? He's crazy. I saw it too. It's a masked woman who robbed the herb field of Star Cloud City. She's too powerful. The city lord, the messenger of the dragons, and the guards are as weak as ants in front of her. An unprecedented storm unfolded in the north. All the cities were talking about it. Above a certain city, accompanied by a terrifying aura, a golden-robed man wearing a mask descended in the sky above the city lord's mansion. Die all of you. After robbing the herb field, the man in the golden robe shouted coldly, and divine power surged out and blasted into the city lord's mansion. Boom! The entire city lord's mansion was turned into ashes in an instant. How cruel! Li Changhe shook his head. That's right. The man in the golden robe was the five-clawed golden dragon. Let's go! The five-clawed golden dragon said coldly. Li Changhe nodded and opened an altar. After the two left, the city was in an uproar. Who are they? I heard that they've robbed more than one city lord's mansion. The news finally reached the Dragon God Palace. What did you say? The white-clothed woman looked at a disciple who came to report with a face full of shock and anger. Lord Ancestral Dragon. It's true. The disciple said. Who is it? The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice. Hui, a masked woman and a masked man. And someone saw Qin Feiyang and Feng Deji with their own eyes. The disciple said. Feng Deji? Isn't he dead? The white-clothed woman was shocked. Back then, Feng Deji self-destructed in front of her. How could he still be alive? Could it be that he left behind a wisp of his divine soul before he self-destructed? This damn thing. The disciple said, and their cultivation seems to be very strong. How strong? The white-clothed woman asked. I'm not sure, but I heard that Hui, the masked woman, and the masked man are all in the imperishable realm. The disciple said. Qin Feiyang. You're simply lawless. The white-clothed woman was unable to restrain her anger. She waved her hand and said, I know, you can leave now. The disciple respectfully responded, turned around, and quickly left. The white-clothed woman took out an image crystal. Buzz. A blurry figure appeared. It was Longzuan. The white-clothed woman shouted, Lord Longzuan, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Longzuan frowned. Qin Feiyang, Hui, Feng Deji, and two masked men and women who jumped out of nowhere are wantonly looting the medicine fields of the various city lord mansions in the north. Our emissaries of the dragons were all killed by them. The white-clothed woman said. Naturally, she ignored the deaths of the various city lords. Because compared to the looting of the medicine fields and the death of the dragon's emissaries, the deaths of the various city lords were not worth mentioning. What? This damn little beast, is there no end to it? Longzuan said angrily. The white-clothed woman said, Lord, how should we solve this matter? Immediately send a message to the ancestral dragons of the various sea regions. Tell them to immediately rush to the north and kill them at all costs. Longzuan shouted. The white-clothed woman nodded. At this time, Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus, Hui and Five-Clawed Golden Dragon had already looted 1/3 of the cities in the north. After all, their strength was in front of them, and they also had the coordinates of the various city lord mansions. Looting a medicine field was just a matter of a few blinks of an eye. In contrast, rushing was the most time-consuming, because the distance between the major cities in the north was basically very far. The nearest city would need to activate several teleportation altars to reach. In the sky above a city lord mansion, Lei Bing and Feng Deji were helping to transfer the medicine fields. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Hui. What's the matter? Hui looked at him suspiciously. I guess these things have already reached Longzuan's ears. She will definitely think of a way to kill us. So, we must be careful. Qin Feiyang warned. Don't worry. With the broken sword, it's not a problem to escape. Hui smiled confidently. Don't let down your guard. Qin Feiyang said. Got it. Hui nodded his head and turned off the image crystal. At this time, the medicine fields below were also uprooted from the ground. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the medicine fields to the Black Tortoise realm. Then he looked around. What's going on? Why haven't the dragon's messenger and the city lord come yet? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I guess they have already received the news, so they don't dare to come and check. Feng Daji said. Then, won't we have no way to kill those city lords? Lei Bing frowned. Qin Feiyang said, then let's kill them. Feng Daji was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, destroy the entire city lord mansion. Feng Daji was surprised. Why are you so surprised? Anyway, our people have already told them in advance not to return to the city lord mansion after returning to their respective cities. And now, the people in the city lord mansion are almost all the dragon's minions. Their deaths are not worth regretting. Qin Feiyang said lightly. That's true. Feng Daji nodded and flew into the sky with Qin Feiyang. A divine sense blasted into the city lord mansion. With a loud bang, the entire city lord mansion was instantly annihilated. Following that, the three didn't stop and rushed to the next city. Chapter 2500. Qin Feiyang then sent a message to Fire Lotus, Jianghu, Li Changhe and the five-clawed golden dragon, telling them to be careful. And Hui, Fire Lotus, and the five-clawed golden dragon also began to encounter the same situation. The dragon's emissary and the city lord did not come. It was as if they were telling them that they could loot as much as they wanted, but they would not come to throw their lives away. The final choice that the three of them made was the same as Qin Feiyang, to destroy the entire city lord's mansion. What was even funnier was that this news slowly spread. What? Destroy the entire city lord's mansion? These people are crazy. No, I can't stay in the city lord's mansion any longer. If they come, I'll definitely die. Quick, inform everyone to evacuate the city lord's mansion immediately. Upon receiving this news, the dragon's emissaries and city lords of the various city lords' mansions immediately gave the order. In some cities, not only did the city lords' mansions people evacuate, even the people inside the city had all evacuated out of the city, turning it into an empty city. When Qin Feiyang and the others encountered such a situation, they were quite helpless. Above a city lord's mansion, Jiang Defei looked at the empty city lord's mansion, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch as he sighed. The development of the situation is somewhat unexpected. Indeed, I did not expect it. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Jiang Defei asked, then what do we do now? Fire Lotus pondered for a moment and said, there's no need to continue, let's retreat. All right. Jiang Defei nodded, opened an altar, and the two of them quickly left. At the same time, Hui and Wang Daoyuan also arrived above an empty city lord's mansion. And not only the city lord's mansion, but the city was also empty. This is already the second empty city we've encountered. Wang Daoyuan glanced at the city lord's mansion, then looked at the empty city, and said helplessly, then let's go. Hui decisively opened an altar. However, at this moment, accompanied by a loud shout, a sword light tore through the sky in the distance and charged towards Hui and Wang Daoyuan. Hui looked down and did not hesitate to mobilize his divine power to protect the altar. At the same time, he took out his broken sword and slashed out. Rumble! The two sword lights met. In an instant, the entire city, including the city lord's mansion, was reduced to ashes. Just as young master expected, the dragons would send people to kill us. Wang Daoyuan muttered. Hui grunted coldly as he grabbed Wang Daoyuan, and then he flashed up the altar like a bolt of lightning before his figure started to dissipate. Where do you think you're going? A 14 or 15-year-old youth in blood-red clothes streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. He was holding a blood-red dagger in his hand. Hui looked at the blood-robed youth and chuckled, Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon, aren't you guarding the North Sea? What are you doing here? How dare you? Although the blood-red clothed youth looked young, there was a shocking murderous aura between his eyebrows. I already guessed that you would come, so I won't give you a chance. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Hui waved his hand, and the two figures completely disappeared. Damn it, damn it! The blood-robed youth roared. In the sky above another city, the five-clawed golden dragon and Li Changhe also encountered an empty city. Li Changhe shook his head and took out an altar. Buzz. But at this time, the image crystal rang. Li Changhe took out the image crystal, and Qin Feiyang's shadow appeared. I received a message from Hui that the blood dragon ancestral dragon has already arrived in the north. I believe that the other ancestral dragons have also arrived. Evacuate immediately, Qin Feiyang said. Ancestral dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon and Li Changhe's expressions changed as they immediately revived the altar and returned to Black Tortoise Mountain. At the same time, Fire Lotus also received Hui's message. Black Tortoise Mountain. Several people appeared in the sky above the valley one after another. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and laughed. Everyone is back, not bad. It's a pity that we didn't kill them all. Lei Bing shook his head regretfully. Li Changhe sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Wang Daoyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, we should have acted quietly at that time. Do you think that by acting quietly, you can kill all the city lords without anyone noticing? It will never be possible. There are so many people in the city lord's mansion. No matter how secretive we are, we will be exposed sooner or later. Hui said. Qin Feiyang laughed. Since we've already come this far, there's nothing to regret. Tell me about your results. He was already very happy that everyone had returned. Jianghu said, Miss Fire Lotus and I have killed a total of 160 city lords. Wang Daoyuan followed. Lord Hui and I have killed a total of 175 city lords. Lord Golden Dragon and I have killed a little more. We killed a total of 190 city lords. Li Changhe laughed. There was no other way. The five-clawed golden dragon was too violent. More than us? Lei Bing was stunned. Then how many did you kill? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two curiously. Lei Bing smiled bitterly. Young master, Lord Feng Deji and I killed 150 city lords. It's indeed a bit bad. Hui grinned. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. 150, 160, 175, 190, this added up to 675. Not to mention, this was a good result. There were 1,200 cities in the north. In other words, they had killed more than half of them. And this was not the main point. The main point was these city lords' mansions' herb fields. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the group into the Black Tortoise world. Above the Devil's Land, there were intact herb fields floating. These were the herb fields that Qin Feiyang looted. Crystal veins, soul veins, not a single one was spared. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui and the others, asking, What about the herb fields you looted? Hui, Fire Lotus, and the five-clawed golden dragon looked at each other. With a wave of their hands, herb fields flew out from their qi seas one after another. For people who had reached their cultivation level, their qi seas could accommodate all things. So many? Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, Jianghu, and Lei Bing stared at the herb fields, crystal veins, and soul veins in a daze. Qin Feiyang smiled. It seems like there's no need to loot the Dragon God Temple's herb fields, soul veins, and crystal veins. It's enough to cause earth-shaking changes to the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus nodded with a smile on her face. This was half of the northern region's crystal veins and soul veins, probably comparable to the north, west desert, south wasteland, and east tomb combined. And the Black Tortoise world's space was smaller than the north wasteland. One could imagine. With so many crystal veins and soul veins entering the Black Tortoise world, how big of a change would it cause? Other things aside, the current Black Tortoise world had definitely surpassed the Dragon God Temple. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus, smiling. Sorry to trouble you again. No problem. Fire Lotus smiled faintly, saying, Black Panther brothers, come out and help. Coming. The three Black Panther brothers ran out of the ancient castle. When they saw the herb fields, crystal veins, and soul veins, they were all dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang turned to Lei Bing and Jiang Defei, saying, "You two go back first. If there's anything, contact me." The two nodded. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. After establishing the contract bridge, he sent the two out. Li Changhe asked, "Young master, what about the remaining cities?" "I was just about to think about this. You two go and help Fire Lotus, I'll think about it alone." Qin Feiyang finished speaking and walked to the courtyard at the side. Feng Daji entered the ancient castle, continuing to reconstruct his body. The five-clawed golden dragon followed Qin Feiyang. As for Hui Yi, he wandered around the herb fields alone. "Help me brew a pot of tea." Qin Feiyang sat in the pavilion, looking at the five-clawed golden dragon and said, then lowered his head and pondered. Dragon God Mountain Range, above the plains. The white-clothed woman and the blood-red-clothed youth stood together, both silent and gloomy. Accompanied by a few whistling sounds, another four people flew over. The white-clothed woman looked at the four and asked, "How is it?" One of them said, "We didn't find a single person, but we counted that a total of more than 600 city lord mansions were looted." "Damn it." The blood-red-clothed youth was furious. "You just sent a message saying that you met Hui. Why did you let him escape?" An old man looked at the blood-red-clothed youth and frowned. The blood-red-clothed youth said, "They already guessed that we would appear, so they were already prepared. Why are these people so difficult to deal with?" The others rubbed their foreheads. The blood-red-clothed youth said again, "Also, this Hui actually knows that I'm guarding the North Sea?" "What? How did he know?" The others were surprised. "It's clear that they've already expected this," Li Tianlong said. "I'm afraid not only me, but also the few of you guarding the Inland Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and East Sea, they also know." The blood-red-clothed youth said in a deep voice, "I finally understand why Long Zun always said that Qin Feiyang is a bigger threat than the dragon-slaying palace. His mind is really frightening. To be honest, I really don't know what to do with this kid now." The white-clothed woman sighed. "In fact, Old Hay and the other three should have unsealed the heaven-defying divine artifacts the last time we were here." "Yes. If we had unsealed the divine artifacts at that time, although the North Sea and the divine Dragon Island would have been affected, at least we could have gotten rid of him and waited forever. But now, Old Hay and the other three have been killed, and they haven't condensed a complete divine soul yet. The most important thing is that the Sunset Divine Bow, the four heaven-defying divine artifacts, have also fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. I'm afraid that the four heaven-defying divine artifacts have already surrendered to him. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have already killed their way out." The other four people also sighed. "What's the point of saying this now? Hurry up and think. What should we do next?" The blood-red-clothed youth said angrily, feeling a little restless. The white-clothed woman sighed deeply and said, "Let's ask Lord Long Zun for advice." The other four people also nodded. Their minds were in a mess now, and it was hard for them to think of an effective solution. The white-clothed woman took out an image crystal. Buzz. Long Zun's shadow appeared. "How is it?" Long Zun asked. "We are useless. Please forgive us, Lord Long Zun." The six people immediately knelt in the void. Long Zun's body suddenly emitted a bone-piercing chill when he heard that. He said in a deep voice, "How many cities have been affected?" "More than 600. The white-clothed woman said truthfully. Long Zun said angrily, "More than 600 cities, that's half of the North Sea." The six people trembled in fear, as if they were facing an abyss. Chapter 2501. Half of the North has been plundered. What are you guys doing? Long Zun said angrily. "My lord, please forgive us." The six of them knelt in the air, looking terrified. They also wanted to kill Qin Feiyang and eliminate all future troubles. However, facing this person, they felt powerless from the bottom of their hearts. It was the same as when they faced Qin Badian. Thinking back, Qin Badian was the same as well. Although his cultivation was weak, he was like a loach that couldn't be caught. Why were the people of the Qin clan so difficult to deal with? It's not that they are difficult to deal with, it's because of the Celestial God Stone. Without the Celestial God Stone, they would have died many times over. Longzuan snorted as if he knew what the 6 of them were thinking. You're right. The 6 of them nodded. They should still be moving. Go hide in the cities that haven't been plundered and wait for them to come to us. Longzuan shouted. The blood-red-clothed young man and the other 4 answered respectfully. However, the white-clothed woman was still suspicious of him. Longzuan looked at the woman in white and asked, "Do you have any objections?" "My lord, they have already plundered half of the north. The spirit veins, crystal veins, and herbs are enough for them to use for a lifetime. So I'm worried that they will stop here," the woman in white said. Longzuan asked, "Then tell me, what should we do?" The woman in white froze. If she knew what to do, why would she send a message to Longzuan? "Since you don't know what to do, then go quickly." Longzuan snorted coldly, and the phantom immediately dissipated. The 6 of them sighed and stood up. The woman in white looked at the 5 of them and said, "Do you guys think they will make another move?" "I don't know. I believe that even Lord Longzuan doesn't know. She told us to wait for them to come. She's probably just trying our luck." The 5 of them shook their heads. "All right, let's try our luck," the woman in white said helplessly. Why was Qin Feiyang more of a threat than Qin Batian? Although Qin Batian also had heavenly domain magic stone, he had always kept a low profile and rarely took the initiative to provoke the dragons. But Qin Feiyang was different. He would come out to make a fuss if he had nothing to do. Moreover, it was not a small matter. Every time, it would cause an uproar. When encountering such a situation, not to mention the arrogant dragon clan, no one would be able to take it. Therefore, for the dragons, Qin Feiyang was a problem that needed to be solved as soon as possible. The Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang sipped his tea and pondered. Fire Lotus, on the other hand, was busy with Wang Daoyuan, Li Changhe, and He Bao. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon who was standing respectfully at the side. He smiled and said, "Xiao Jin, don't just stand there. Sit down and drink tea with me." "Little Gold." The 5-clawed golden dragon was still in his human form. When he heard Qin Feiyang's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Was this form of address really suitable for him? But he didn't say anything. He sat opposite Qin Feiyang and took a sip from his teacup. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "It seems that you and Hui Yi are a good match." "A good match for him?" The 5-clawed golden dragon raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, "He doesn't like to drink tea either. No matter how good the tea is, it's not as good as a pot of inferior wine in his eyes." The 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up and asked, "So, he likes to drink?" "Not very much, but very much. If you also like this, then you really have to follow him. Because right now, he has hundreds of jars of peerless wine on him." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Peerless wine?" The 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up, but he stubbornly shook his head and said, "I don't care." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm very curious. Why do you want to follow me? Is it just because I control you?" The 5-clawed golden dragon hesitated. "There's no harm in saying it," Qin Feiyang said. "Then I'll tell you the truth. Although Hui Yi's current cultivation is stronger than yours, I know that his future achievements will definitely not be as good as yours. Because you have the Black Tortoise Realm, a heaven-defying artifact like the ancient castle, and a group of loyal subordinates. And what Hui Yi has is that broken sword. However, that broken sword belonged to your ancestor. So, in the long run, you are the most worthy person to follow," the 5-clawed golden dragon said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "You have a good eye." "Shameless." The 5-clawed golden dragon pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Then, what do you think we should do next?" "Next?" The 5-clawed golden dragon was stunned. "We've only killed a little more than half of the city lords in the north, so the operation will definitely continue. But I'm worried that the ancestral dragon of the dragons may be lurking in one of the city lord's residences, waiting for us to deliver ourselves to his door," Qin Feiyang said. The 5-clawed golden dragon god looked a little embarrassed. It didn't matter if he was asked to fight a bloody battle, but it was a little too difficult for him to come up with a plan. He admitted that he didn't have the same brain as Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Is this a problem for you? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Young master, don't make fun of me. I can fight, but I really can't do anything else. The five-clawed golden dragon smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to directly call Qin Feiyang by his name, but since he was now following Qin Feiyang, there should be a hierarchy. So, after thinking for a while, he also called Qin Feiyang Young Master like Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. As for the title of Young Lord, it was a title used by the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace, such as Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang. And he wasn't from the Dragon Slayer Palace, but directly under Qin Feiyang's command, so it was a little inappropriate to call him Young Lord like Jiang Dafei and the others. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, I have a plan. Listen to it and see if it's feasible. Go ahead. The five-clawed golden dragon said. Logically speaking, Longzuan doesn't know our real purpose, so he should think that we won't take action again. After all, the herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins that we looted this time are enough for us to use for a lifetime. So when the news passes, we can continue to take action. But we can't judge this kind of thing by common sense. Maybe the ancestral dragons are really waiting for us in one of the city lord's residences? So, my plan is, just in case, I'll enter the inland sea and stall Longzuan and the ancestral dragons. You guys take the opportunity to go to other cities and kill those city lords. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing the first part, the five-clawed golden dragon was impressed. Young master was really thoughtful. However, when the last sentence was said, the five-clawed golden dragon god's face stiffened. Entering the inland sea to stall Longzuan and the ancestral dragons, wasn't that courting death? Actually, as long as the Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine artifacts are willing to help, even if I enter the inland sea alone, I will be fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. The five-clawed golden dragon said, but the key is that they haven't really submitted yet. So, I have to talk to them again. Qin Feiyang smiled, picked up the teacup, raised his head and drank it, then got up and walked toward the castle. Is it that easy? The five-clawed golden dragon looked at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered to himself. Castle Hall. Qin Feiyang walked into the hall and looked at the Sunset Divine Bow and the other divine artifacts. You don't have to say any more. We heard your conversation with the five-clawed golden dragon. I have to say we really admire your courage. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said. You heard? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and smiled. All right, I don't have to say it again. What's your decision? The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said, we can help you, but we have a condition. A trace of a smile appeared in Qin Feiyang's eyes as he asked, what conditions? No matter what the four divine artifacts' conditions were, he would agree. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said, let us go to the origin source of the Black Tortoise world to cultivate. Origin source? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You want to go to the origin source to cultivate? Are you dreaming? But at this moment, the little boy appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, looking coldly at the four great divine artifacts. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said, if you don't let us go, we won't help Qin Feiyang. Sure. The little boy put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Qin Feiyang, throw them out immediately. What? Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy in astonishment. The four great divine artifacts were something he had painstakingly left behind, and he actually wanted him to throw them out? Hurry up, the little boy urged. But Qin Feiyang looked a little anxious. The four great divine artifacts now knew all of his secrets. If they were allowed to return to the dragons, then the dragons would be even more unscrupulous when dealing with him in the future. And now, the dragons were at least a little afraid of the castle. The little boy said, listen to me. Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy, then at the four great divine artifacts, and nodded helplessly, all right. The little boy immediately looked at the four great divine artifacts, his eyes full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang, you must think carefully. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said in a deep voice. As you can see, in the Black Tortoise world, This little brat is actually the biggest. I can't not listen to him. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and raised his hand. Seeing this, the Sunset Divine Bao's artifact spirit hurriedly said, Don't, let's talk things over. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Sunset Divine Bao actually gave in? This was something he never expected. There was actually a day when the artifact spirit would compromise. Aren't you very arrogant? What's there to discuss? The little boy sneered. The Sunset Divine Bao's artifact spirit was silent for a long time, then said, All right, this sovereign apologizes to you. That's more like it. Since you have a request, you should have the attitude of asking for help. A cold and arrogant smile appeared on the little boy's face. The Sunset Divine Bao's artifact spirit said helplessly, Whatever you say. All right. I can let you enter the land of origin, but you have to be obedient in advance. Otherwise, even if the artifact spirit of the castle speaks up for you, it won't work. The little boy said indifferently. Although he looked like a porcelain doll, he was quite dignified. Chapter 2502. Okay. We'll help Qin Feiyang. The artifact spirit of the Sunset Divine Bao said, its tone full of helplessness. Wait a moment. What did you just say? The castle spirit is speaking for them? Qin Feiyang stared at the boy and frowned. Really? No way. You must have heard wrong. After the boy finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He really ran faster than a rabbit. But what did the castle spirit mean? First, it communicated with the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, and now it communicated with the boy, but it didn't communicate with him. It's poisonous. Sighed. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, and smiled. I was forced to do that just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. It's okay, I understand. The Sunset Divine Bao said. But I'm really curious, what kind of place is this source land? Why do you want to go to this source land? Qin Feiyang said. This matter, you'll understand in the future. In short, we can help you now. The Sunset Divine Bao's spirit hesitated for a moment and said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The Sunset Divine Bao's spirit suddenly said, There's another heaven-defying divine artifact sealed in the Black Tortoise world, right? It's sealed in the Soul Sealing Valley. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Sunset Divine Bao's spirit said, Take us there. Why are we looking for it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The strength of the dragons isn't as simple as you think. If you want to fight against the dragons, you have to strengthen yourself. As for the heaven-defying divine artifacts, each of them has the ability to destroy the world, and are undoubtedly the best help. The Sunset Divine Bao's spirit said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. So the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were going to help him subdue the divine artifact in the Soul Sealing Valley. This was indeed a good thing, because the heaven-defying divine artifact in the Soul Sealing Valley had always been like a bomb. No one knew when it would explode. Therefore, it would be best if he could subdue it. This heaven-defying divine artifact is very dishonest. How about this? I'll deal with it first. You guys just stay inside my body and bide your time. Qin Feiyang said. All right. The setting sun divine Bao's artifact spirit replied. Immediately, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts turned into streaks of light and drilled into Qin Feiyang's sea of qi. They entered a self-sealing state and no aura could be sensed at all. A smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He had finally made the 4 heaven-defying artifacts submit to him. In this way, he was more confident in fighting against the dragons. The next moment, Qin Feiyang disappeared. Soul Sealing Valley. It was dead silent as always. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the deepest part of Soul Sealing Valley. A 9-story stone tower stood in the deepest part of the valley. It was completely black and exuded an ancient aura. There were also 2 iron chains on the stone tower. Each of them was as thick as an arm and shone with a dark light. There was a sealing aura on both the iron chains and the stone tower. Qin Feiyang. A hoarse voice sounded. A black figure flew out of the stone tower and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. His tone seemed to be very excited. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A day outside was 100 years in the castle. It had been more than 100,000 years since he last came to Seoul's Sealing Valley. Thinking back, when we first met, we weren't even gods yet. And now, you've broken through to the early stage of the Paragon God realm. The black figure sighed. Do you regret it? Qin Feiyang asked. Regret? The black figure was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, You lied to me back then. The black figure didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang said, I wasn't sure before, but now, I can guess why you lied to me. Then tell me. The black figure said. You know that the Black Tortoise world is an independent world, so you wanted to take it from me and merge it with the Black Tortoise world. That way, you can become a heaven-defying divine artifact like the castle now. Qin Feiyang said. What? There's already a heaven-defying divine artifact merging with the Black Tortoise world. The black figure was shocked. Qin Feiyang paused for a moment and said, When the castle merged with the Black Tortoise world, there was such a huge commotion. Didn't you notice it? Although the creatures of the Black Tortoise world didn't notice it when the little boy merged, this black figure was the artifact spirit of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Since it was the artifact spirit of a heaven-defying divine artifact, it should have noticed the changes in the Black Tortoise world. The commotion, the black figure murmured. You really didn't notice it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Many years ago, I did feel that there were some changes in the Black Tortoise world, but I wasn't sure if it was because of the fusion with the heaven-defying divine artifact. The black figure said. Qin Feiyang joked, Are you very disappointed after hearing this news? The black figure fell silent again. It seems that I guessed right. That's your goal. Qin Feiyang sneered. What's done can't be changed. Yes, I accept it. I want to merge with the Black Tortoise world. Because this is the only way for us heaven-defying divine artifacts to transform into sovereign divine artifacts. Only by transforming into a sovereign divine artifact can I take revenge. The black figure said resentfully. Qin Feiyang asked, You want to take revenge on the creation god? There's also the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon. They were the ones who sealed me here and made me suffer countless years of torture and pain. The black figure said angrily, Heaven-devouring beast? Ice dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The black figure waved his hand, and an ice dragon and a golden small beast appeared. They are the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon. So it's them. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This golden small beast is the heaven-devouring beast. Wait a minute. What is this heaven-devouring beast? Why have I never heard of it? The heaven-devouring beast is the strongest beast in the infinite worlds. Its terror is not something you can imagine. Mountains, rivers, earth, all living things, it can swallow them all in one gulp. Even a great world can be swallowed in one gulp. The black figure said. What? Swallowing a world? Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. He didn't expect this golden small beast to be so terrifying. It could even swallow a world. How unimaginable. Now you know how terrifying the enemy I'm facing is. That's why I wanted to use you to obtain the Black Tortoise world. I had no choice. The black figure sighed. The heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon are also my enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Alright, I'll help you break the seal. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The black figure was startled and hurriedly said. Otherwise, why do you think I came to you? Tell me, how can I help you break the seal? Qin Feiyang said. The black figure was extremely excited and said, You just need to cut the chains on the stone tower. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 chains tied to the stone tower, took out the azure phoenix sword, and tried to cut it. Clang. Sparks flew. However, the chains were not damaged at all. Instead, a crack appeared on the blade of the azure phoenix sword. It's so hard? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. If it can even cut a legendary artifact, then I don't need your help at all. I can break it myself. The black figure said. Qin Feiyang said, In that case, it has to be a heaven-defying artifact? My main body is sealed in the tower and can't come out. Otherwise, my main body would be able to break the chains. The black figure said. A heaven-defying artifact, Qin Feiyang murmured. His eyes flashed slightly, closed his eyes, and extended his perception infinitely. Soon he found Hui. Following closely, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and Hui appeared out of thin air. Hui suddenly appeared here, and his expression was slightly stunned. Then, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "What?" "Lend me the broken sword." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and smiled. Broken sword? Hui was stunned. He looked at the black figure, then at the stone tower, and said in surprise, "Kid, don't tell me you want to help him break the seal?" After being in the black tortoise world for so many years, he had long known of the existence of this black figure. Qin Feiyang nodded. "You're crazy. What if he fully awakens the moment he escapes? Wouldn't the black tortoise world be destroyed on the spot?" Hui thought. After the black tortoise world and the ancient castle fused, its toughness is the same as the ancient castle. Even if he awakens, he might not be able to destroy the black tortoise world. Qin Feiyang transmitted. "All right. Even if the black tortoise world isn't destroyed, what about the living beings in the black tortoise world?" Hui asked secretly. Once the heaven-defying artifact displayed its full power, none of the living beings in the black tortoise world would be able to survive. "Don't worry, I'm prepared. The Sunset Divine Bow and the other 3 heaven-defying artifacts are now in my Qi Si." Qin Feiyang thought. "They've already submitted?" Hui was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. "How did you do it?" Hui asked in surprise. "It has nothing to do with me. It was that little boy who wanted them to compromise." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "This little brat is pretty good." Hui was speechless. To be able to subdue a heaven-defying artifact, he indeed had some ability. He transmitted, "But I still feel that something isn't right." Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Hui thought to himself, "The might of a heaven-defying divine artifact is not something we can control. Even the Sunset Divine Bow and the others, who are also heaven-defying divine artifacts, would have to spend a great deal of effort to suppress it." "Now that you mention it, it seems to make sense." Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully and said, "But the Sunset Divine Bow and the others seem to be very confident." "Of course they're confident. Because they don't care about the life and death of the black tortoise world. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. They must be thinking that if this thing dares to act recklessly, they'll directly release the seal and suppress it. Releasing the seal and fighting 4 against 1, they can naturally suppress it. But you know the consequences better than me." Hui said inwardly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. There's no mistake. It must be like what Hui said. These heaven-defying divine artifacts were truly cold-blooded and heartless fellows. Luckily, he had called Hui over and had held back, otherwise he really would have been impulsive and broken the chains. Hui transmitted again, "The most important thing is that even if you do everything you can to suppress it, you still won't be able to completely control it. You will have to be on guard against it at all times, and in the end it will only be a problem." "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. His words had really woken him up. When he heard the Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit say that it would help him subdue this thing, and when he thought about how he could obtain the help of another heaven-defying divine artifact, he had rushed over in a rush, not even thinking about these problems. Luckily, Hui had reminded him in time. It seemed that from now on, no matter how tempting the situation was, he had to maintain a clear mind and reason. "You too." The Black Shadow looked at the two of them suspiciously. Weren't they going to help him release the seal? Why weren't they doing anything? Chapter 2503. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, looked at the Black Shadow and said, "Let's talk about unlocking the seal later." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace with Hui, leaving the Black Shadow standing alone in the void in a daze. Wasn't this playing with him? Fun? He was extremely depressed in his heart. Herfield, Fire Lotus and the others were still busy. Hui looked at everyone and speechlessly looked at Qin Feiyang. "I didn't expect you to be so impulsive." Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Hui said, "Sunset Divine Bao, come out." Swish. 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts appeared. Hui said, "You guys are too unreasonable. You actually instigated Qin Feiyang to do such a thing." "What's unreasonable? It's you guys who worry too much. If you want to achieve great things, you have to do whatever it takes." The Sunset Divine Bao's artifact spirit looked down on Qin Feiyang and Hui. Hui rolled his eyes and coldly snorted, "People of different paths can't work together. Being indecisive makes it difficult to achieve great things." The artifact spirit also snorted coldly. Hui raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Say that again." "So what if I say it? With your little strength, if this sovereign wants to kill you, it's as easy as crushing an ant." The artifact spirit said disdainfully. Clang. Hui immediately took out the broken sword and shouted, "If you have the guts, don't unlock the seal. Let's fight for 300 rounds. If you have the guts, put down the broken sword." The artifact spirit said. "Less nonsense. Do you dare or not?" Hui said. "That's 3 words. The artifact spirit said indifferently. "Is that the point?" Hui roared. "This sovereign is too lazy to care about people who don't even know how to count." The artifact spirit was disdainful. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui and the Sunset Divine Bao with a speechless expression. An artifact spirit and a human being could actually bicker so happily. It was admirable. "You guys continue." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he walked out of the castle. In fact, Hui and the artifact spirit's bickering was a good sign. Because of bickering, it was easier to deepen the relationship between them. Sooner or later, Hui would return the broken sword to his ancestor. At that time, he would no longer have a heaven-defying divine artifact. Therefore, Qin Feiyang sincerely hoped that the Sunset God Bao would fall in love with Hui. In this way, Hui would have a heaven-defying divine artifact that truly belonged to him. In the blink of an eye. Inside the castle. Half a month passed. Fire Lotus and the others were finally done. Right now, the entire Devil's Land, except for the 4 sides of the border, had become a flat land. They were all planted with medicinal herbs. In other words, now the entire Devil's Land was filled with medicinal fields. Crystal veins and spirit veins were also spread all over the underground of the Devil's Land. They had already reached saturation. In other words, in the future he could give the herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins he obtained to the Black Tortoise World. Black Tortoise World. 3,000 years passed quickly. In the outside world, only 30 days had passed, which was equivalent to a month. For the creatures of the divine continent, a month was just a blink of an eye. The news of Qin Feiyang and the others looting the major medicinal fields not only spread throughout the entire north, but also caused a huge uproar in the west, south, and east. They actually looted half of the city lord's mansion in the headquarters. Such a crazy move was really unprecedented. As for Qin Feiyang and Hui, these 2 names were already well known in the divine prefecture. Everyone knew about them. As for Fire Lotus and the 5-clawed golden dragon, everyone knew them, but they didn't know what they were called. They only knew that they were the accomplices of Qin Feiyang and Hui, so no one paid too much attention to them. But Qin Feiyang and Hui were undoubtedly pushed to the teeth of the storm. Wherever there were people, they were talking about them. When Hui heard this news, he felt quite wronged. In the end, he was just an accomplice like Fire Lotus and the 5-clawed golden dragon. The mastermind was Qin Feiyang. Why did they want him to be as famous as Qin Feiyang? People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. Being famous might not be a good thing. But there was no other way. The situation had already developed to this point. It was also his fault. He was too high profile before. However, a month had passed. The dragon's emissaries and city lords had already relaxed their vigilance and returned to their respective city lord's mansion. In their opinion, it had already been a month. Qin Feiyang still hadn't made a move, so he definitely wouldn't loot the medicinal fields again. The white-clothed woman was still guarding the Dragon God Palace. The blood-red-clothed youth and the other 4 were lurking in 5 different cities. They were also quite depressed. After waiting for so long, there was no movement at all. Their patience was almost worn out. It was also on this day. Qin Feiyang walked out of the ancient castle. 3,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise world, and the Devil's Land had naturally undergone tremendous changes. As far as the eye could see, it was surrounded by clouds and mist. The entire Devil's Land was like the Dragon God Palace, turning into a sea of clouds, like a fairyland. And these clouds and mist were formed from the essence Qi of the crystal vein and the energy of the spirit vein. In fact, it was even better than the Dragon God Temple. After all, the Devil's Land was much smaller than the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the gate of the ancient castle, glanced at the Devil's Land, and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Jiang Dafei. Qin Feiyang said, "Come to the Black Tortoise Mountain." Jiang Dafei respectfully replied and immediately set off for the Black Tortoise Mountain. Qin Feiyang also sent a message to Lei Bing. After receiving the order, Lei Bing immediately opened the altar and rushed towards the Black Tortoise Mountain. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, closed his eyes, and extended his perception. Feng Daji was cultivating in the cultivation room. 3,000 years had passed in the ancient castle, and his physical body had yet to be reconstructed. This undead realm was indeed a big hurdle. Li Chenghe and Wang Daoyuan were also cultivating. However, they were not in the ancient castle, but in the medicinal field of the Devil's Land. The two of them sat separately in the medicinal field, their auras stronger than before. Although they had not broken through to the ninth heaven realm, their cultivation had improved a lot. The fire lotus was currently in the desert of death. As for Hui and the five-clawed golden dragon, the two of them were together, with their arms around each other's shoulders, eating, drinking, and playing in a restaurant. Sure enough, they are a match made in heaven. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Wait, where were the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts? Why didn't he see them? Not in the ancient castle. Not in the Devil's Land. Not in the netherworld sea, soul-sealing valley, desert of death. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned, and continued to extend his perception. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with surprise. The Black Tortoise realm had become bigger than before. And this time, the change was particularly obvious. According to his estimation, the 4 sides of the Black Tortoise realm had expanded by at least 1,000 miles. In terms of diameter, it was more than 2,000 miles. If it continued to develop like this, he believed that it would not be long before the Black Tortoise realm's size would be comparable to the northern region. If other places are like this Devil's Land, with a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins, the Black Tortoise realm's growth will be even faster. The little boy suddenly appeared beside Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't worry. There will be soon." Qin Feiyang smiled. The little boy was taken aback and asked, "Are you ready to act?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let them help." The little boy waved his little hand, and the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts suddenly appeared in the void in front of the two. And the axe and broken sword were also there. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the little boy suspiciously. The little boy said, "Since the Sunset Divine Bow and the others have entered the land of Source, then naturally, we can't treat the axe and broken sword unfairly." Qin Feiyang asked, "So, they have been in the land of Source all these years?" The little boy nodded. "I really don't understand, what benefits will entering the land of Source do for them?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "See for yourself." The little boy pouted angrily at the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts suspiciously. They were still the same as before, there was no change. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly looked at the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts again. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The aura of these 6 divine artifacts seemed to be, vaguely, a little stronger. But in the blink of an eye, it seemed that they had not become stronger. Was it an illusion? You can't believe it, right? In these 3,000 years in the land of Source, they have indeed become a little stronger. But this kind of strength is only a little bit, and it is difficult to notice. But it is undeniable that they are indeed becoming stronger. The little boy said, "How is this possible? Other than merging with the world, Is there a way to make the heaven-defying divine artifacts stronger? Qin Feiyang was shocked. There are some things that you can't understand. Do your best. Sooner or later, the Black Tortoise world will become a great world that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient world, or even surpass it. The little boy smiled and disappeared. Surpass the ancient world. Qin Feiyang murmured, his eyes revealing a firm belief. The Black Tortoise world will definitely reach this step. With a thought, Qin Feiyang, Hui, Fire Lotus, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, and Feng Daji immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. In the valley, Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing arrived one after another. Looking at each other, both of them were a little surprised. Jiang Dafei said with a smile, "It seems that the young lord has made a move again, otherwise he wouldn't have called both of us here." Lei Bing nodded, glanced around, and said, "Young lord, don't tell me that you have been in this Black Tortoise Mountain for the past month without leaving?" "Maybe," Jiang Dafei said. Swish. Before his voice faded, Qin Feiyang appeared in the sky above the valley with Fire Lotus and the others. "Sure enough, you have been in Black Tortoise Mountain all this time." The two looked at each other, immediately flew up and bowed. "I'll have to trouble you to lead the way again." Qin Feiyang looked at the two and smiled. The two hurriedly said, "This is what we should do." "All right then, the same old rules. Change your appearance and split into 4. The only difference is that I won't be traveling with you," Qin Feiyang said. "Qin Dage, where do you plan to go?" Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Five-Clawed Golden Dragon stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Was he really going to go to the Inner Sea alone? "I'm going to the Inner Sea," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Everyone's expression changed. Hearing this, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This young lord was really a man of his words. "Young lord, you're going to the Inner Sea alone? Don't joke, that's the nest of the dragons." "We don't agree," Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing said. "I don't agree either." Fire Lotus also shook her head. They all knew what kind of place the Inner Sea was. Not to mention Qin Feiyang going alone, even if everyone went together, they would be courting death.